miles without seeing a semi-truck going the opposite direction. This is highly out of the ordinary. Normal truck traffic going the opposite direction would be 15 trucks in 1 mile stretch. So way down, trucking is way down. This is northern Delaware. The local dealer of used box trucks is overstocked and prices are coming down. People are not buying them. These would probably be a lot of small businesses that would like to expand, get another truck. Definitely seeing problems. You're also getting lots and lots and lots of semi-trucks up for sale. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They're not seeing a lot of stores short on things, but they're seeing price hikes and shrinkages in size of packaging. They also see Tabasco sauce. He's been using it, I guess, for a long time. I think he's 54 years old, and he has never seen it separate. So if you sit it out, it's going to separate. Totally new to him. It's totally new to me. I've never seen Tabasco sauce separate. He believes they're using a cheaper mixture than usual, so maybe they're cutting some corners or can't get everything to make the Tabasco sauce. They also said honey was $14 for their container they would normally buy. Now that same container is $21. Someone wants to give you a heads up on a site. I checked it out. I like it. It is www.localharvest.org. Localharvest.org. And I did use it, and I found a farm that's not too far from me. I never knew it. So it's going to give you local farmers. Please check this out. Support these people. Let them know your face. Let them know that you're interested in their product, and you're going to support them. It's going to come down to local. Little places that can supply, yes, just a little bit of food compared to the big commercial farmers, but it's important. www.localharvest.org. Let's go over to Western Wyoming. Real estate person. Real estate sales still strong, but prices are coming down. Many West Coast buyers are coming into the area, and some you can hear the fear in their voice. They want out of the liberal blue cities and states badly. Also said the diesel mechanic repair shop in the area is struggling for the last few months to get diesel motor oil, filters, and general repair parts. They also said, introducing Ziba, world's first hands-free for comfort. You heard that correct. Zibas are hands-free, and you can put them on without bending over. We've simply designed a better shoe you can put on effortlessly. You've never seen a sneaker like this. Today, we'll take a look on the side. The way your foot slips right in effortlessly, and the way the back bends down and pops back up. You can take your shoe off just as easily. And these are designed to look and feel like any other pair of sneakers. We've simply reinvented the sneaker with the user in mind and improved it. In fact, we believe our sneakers are actually more comfortable than your typical big brand sneaker. It's not like you're sacrificing comfort for convenience. Zibas deliver both convenience with extreme comfort, and these are designed to be used anywhere. You can play. It's taking someone as a full-time job, their efforts just to secure the parts to keep the business running. Normally, it's very easy to order parts. Now, it's your full-time job, so it's costing a lot more money to get those in. He also said some customers are struggling to pay their bills after their vehicle is fixed, and this would be big rigs. They're having a hard time because they're not making the money. Also, the local grocery stores are well stocked, but I quote, prices have gone up dramatically. Prices have gone up dramatically. This person is trying to move out of Colorado. They have a move date of the 20th of July. They tried to reserve a U-Haul. They can make a reservation, but there is no equipment available. They've talked to U-Haul about this, and U-Haul actually said you might have to go somewhere else. They also said they had 100 reservations canceled just today, and that would have been yesterday, in Colorado. So there's so many people moving out of Colorado and nobody coming back in, bringing U-Hauls or other mover companies, trucks. So they was able to make a reservation with Budget, and Budget is going to guarantee them a vehicle, but it's more expensive. Also, they were told with Budget, if you bring your fuel empty or low, they will fill it up, but the fill charge for that is $10 a gallon. $10 a gallon. This is Central Arizona. This person needed some antibiotics. They got a prescription. Problem with the local pharmacies, all of them could not fill it. They had to to travel over 20 miles to get their prescription. But it showed the frozen areas, the refrigeration sections, the coolers, all empty. So I don't know if they're broken. I don't know if they're just sold out. But getting a lot of those pictures in a broken equipment. And their air conditioner was not working. The other part was not. And the lady said it's been down for this monitor because they're short on ships. So now this lady every 2 months needs to go to the hospital to be checked, or if she has problems, she'll have to go to the hospital. It's the luxury. Last year they paid $3.09 a gallon. This year they're paying $6.02. Also, their firewood went up from $250 a cord to $300 a cord. Heating bills are going to be astronomical this year for people. This is going to hurt them drastically. Another report from overseas in New Zealand. The 40 burn.
During the Great Depression, this very weed was collected in bathtubs. People washed it and prepared it for canning. It's found essentially everywhere in North America for most of the year.
Burn in 5 years. The high toll of industrial fires for businesses and communities. So they have the same problem over there. We are just now starting to see what so many others have told us for months. I'm hearing that over and over again. People that haven't seen any shortages, any problems other than really high prices are starting to see them. And that's not good to see, but it start affecting you. So take it immediately. Your withholding status, you might just be barely scraping it, but you're not having any dependents. You might have zero. So you get a larger check because that's a huge interest rate. So check that area. And their catering, I don't know if it's across every one, but theirs is limiting to one case or one bag of each item per person. They're just running out. A lot of times you buy quickly. A friend bought the case of carrots there. They were packed in 2019, which is very weird because usually it's very fresh products. So they must be really different than 19. This is the Florida Gulf Coast. This person did some traveling to get some errands run. They went to CVS and the prescription system was down for 2 hours, unable to close. I did not do a lot of driving. I am a homebody. Let's go over to Northeast Ohio. This person says more now hiring signs than ever. Also, restaurants are closing early, no workers. Also, they said longer to wait on canned cat food from online orders. More that you're sending, I appreciate it. I will get to you. And pray for our country. Thanks for watching.
Crying will help you. Praying will do you no good. Mm-hmm.
Text yesterday afternoon, just a picture of a motorhome buried. We're at the big diesel pump, which can only mean one thing. It's recovery day. I like this one because it's got the real long hose. Because we got to reach the big tank on the head. Headed out to the West Desert. It's a place called Knolls, which is like sand dunes, mountains, and kind of like salt flat area. And we got a buddy, got a motorhome buried.
Jesus
Going up
Christ.
ahead, go pull them out. I guess they booked like, 3 trucks to them already. Trying to pull them out, no luck. So, it'll take something a little bit bigger.
Kill.
I gotta go to snacks. Alright, off to the desert we go.
Hey, good morning. How you doing, way over yonder? This D Sparks guy, I don't know if you ever watch his channel. He's a millionaire. I don't think he's 35 years old. But he goes in places pretty harsh. Overcast last 2 days and don't rain after heaven. Wow, 90. Really?
The Camino's running worse than old hands on a pit bike. And I've got just the thing.
Yeah, I think
Green's got just the kick you need. And a room for old Davy. Well, Diesel needs just a little hit too. It's working. It's working. Holy mackerel. It worked. Just kidding. Athletics Green won't change your sweet Civic into an awesome El Camino. But you know what? It will do wonders for your body. You know
we
what?
got 90 degrees tomorrow. I don't know what it is going to be today.
Athletic Greens, because you know why? It's got 75 minerals and vitamins,
No.
all sourced from whole foods. They're going to give you that boost of energy you need.
I think there's a bit of freight going through some of the states, though.
It's also going to clean your gut out. It's going to make your gut feel fantastic.
Especially the home heating assistance people.
Digestive system, everything is going to
I
feel
think they
wonderful. My favorite
realize
part
how
is it's
bad
always
this shit
gonna be
is going to be
recovery.
by
Down there,
fall.
working almost every single day, it helps your
We
muscles
still
recover
haven't
faster.
secured
So I can go out on
coal.
recovery the next day and still feel great. But you know what? Don't take my word for it. Try it for yourself. Go to the link in my description. It's athleticgreens.com/heavy D Sparks. And you're going to get 5 free travel packs and a year's supply of vitamin D. And listen, not only does Athletic Greens help you feel good, it tastes good too. A lot of the greens out there is like, yeah, it's like taking spinach. Listen, I don't know how Popeye did it all the time. Spinach ain't that good, but you know what is good? Athletic Greens. Try it for yourself and start feeling better today. So one more time, that's athleticgreens.com/heavy D Sparks. 5 free travel packs and vitamin D. Now, let's get back to the show.
My friend Bear Phelps, his dad Gar Phelps, and they got another brother named Nick Phelps, who's a good buddy of mine, who's actually, funny story, he's the one who helped me propose to my wife Ashley. Anyways, I got a text yesterday afternoon. There's a picture of a motorhome from Ryan Morgan. You guys know more Jeezy, Forest Forever. Said, you guys up for an adventure? And picture the text right here. Motorhome buried. You got her sunk.
Well, I applaud him for the effort, but boy, oh boy, oh boy, you're just looking for a heap of trouble there, boy. You're just in a heap of trouble. You do it with a trailer and a pickup,
Yeah, 3 trucks.
and that big old beast.
Is it mud or sand? It's looks just like this. You know, just like this. The right across the sea. Yeah. You know, what you're thinking. Yeah. So this is the same type of like kind of lake bed area that we usually deal with, kind of like where we got the crane.
You got to see some of his recoveries; they're
Just a
unbelievable.
little higher elevation, but very speaking of devil.
You just pulled the boat up
Fancy seeing you guys.
in Lake Mead.
This guy, so Lester sent me the text. Mr. Porcheesy himself. To see you guys again. So
110 degrees. Let's drink beer.
That should bummer right out. But this is the part where I get like overly what's the word I'm looking for? Confident? No, not you. Not me. Not you. I've never seen that happen. I never get overconfident, right? Somehow I'll get stuck unloading it, so let's see what happens. I've learned the hard way. We don't unload the hat from the trailer until she's good and ready. And we don't try to back over the back of the trailer, the lowboy, anymore. So right now we got it on the Craftsman step. Good. We got it on the Craftsman step deck, waiting for the airbags to air up because the airbag suspension on this thing, if it's not perfectly set, it just kind of steers however it wants. And since it's so wide for this trailer, it has a tendency to kind of want to fall off the trailer. So
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what Big Wireless does. They charge you a lot. We charge.
I'm going to take it nice and easy. See if we're going to avoid breaking anything before we even start the recovery. The hard part's over with. I just kicked off the trailer, which normally shouldn't be the hard part, but sometimes I just do stupid things. Stupid things make for good entertainment. So right now, I'm going to throw it low. And throwing this truck in low is probably the hardest part of my job. Because it does not go easily. Damn it, did you not get that? You should tell me to do that again. Hold on. Bud! Do it again! I can't get this video, but that was the weirdest. Hit the jump again!
Wow,
The first one was way funnier. It was so unexpected.
those are a lot of fun. I like them. You got a nice back seat too, nice and comfortable.
Bud and this little Chinese four-wheeler. So this is where things can get a little precarious because it looks firm, but as you see, the RV is buried. They've had 3 trucks in a train hooked up to it, trying to get it out with no luck. So obviously the Oshkosh's got the big flotation tires. We usually are able to float over pretty much any terrain, but I don't want to get too cocky yet because you can always break through that crust, and when you get stuck, you're stuck. And getting the recovery vehicle stuck before you recover the other vehicle, not ideal. We haven't aired that yet. We might have to here in a minute. Things start to get a little squishy, but so far it feels okay. I'm thinking we'll probably just look to yank a rope to it and tug it right out. Unless we can't find a good hook point. The problem with the front of the RV is first of all, it's underground right now. And second of all, if you start really jerking on these things, you can tear them apart pretty easily. So we either give them a big pull with the yank up or we winch them. Get a couple shots of these big marks. Oh yeah. We have 3 trucks pulling on this. Show that right.
What's up? See that ground just bubbling up like that? The whole ground just did a big wave. Did you see that? Wild.
And we broke the straps, and then we tried both of us side by side. That didn't work. So then we tried 2 side by side and 1 more hook to me. And 3 trucks didn't even get it. We moved it like 2 inches, I think.
Trailer still hooked up? You onlookers here. She's definitely stuck. There she goes. Nice. Not out of the roof. Still sinking.
Look at that, huh? Look like a trailing pickle. Yay.
Yeah, you weren't ever pulling that out last night. Done. Just like that. Easy breezy.
It was a little more stuck than I expected. I had to keep on pulling it because it just kept on wanting to sink and sink and sink. Really weird terrain. I'm going to drive the truck back over there and see just how goofy it really is. Let's maybe get you on the other side of this hump. Okay. Because it's already starting to kind of push down again. Married to the frame. See if the jack's down, trying to lift it up. Yeah. I'm doing it now. So put underneath there. Just got to sink it deeper. It put up a little bit more of a fight than I thought it would, but good job. Not that bad. I'm gonna go look at your ruts now. Let's go look at ruts.
Oh boy. Portable shower. I'll be a son of a bitch. Kill, 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 kill. Destruction, destruction, destruction. Oh, yeah. Oh. How you guys doing out there with your truck filling fuel, getting fuel? You been getting fuel all right? How about DEF? You guys burn DEF?
Now get the fun part. Yeah. We can do better than that. Come on, guys.
Oh, yeah.
We can pick it up with our tow bar and chain it tight.
I guess nobody's going
We have the receiver, right?
It's a 3-inch receiver.
spastic on the CEO for Flying J. We can play that again.
Trying to rig up in front of the trailer to our tow bar here so we can get the trailer onto flat ground. We're having to meet a little bit of creative with it.
But expensive, yeah.
In front of their trailer. Now you can test the durability of your safety chains.
Got it on there? Not while she's on there.
Probably you want to go, Hunter.
I just wonder if this is going to slide out or not.
Shouldn't slide out far enough to come out. Grab that chain.
Yeah.
15 seconds.
This size that toy hauler, huh? Probably 2 side-by-sides in there. Biggest trailers, biggest RVs I ever seen. Well, one actually in Utah, you can tow that and tow a boat behind it. 2 trailers. I've seen that before. I'm like, holy shit. What are you getting, about a half a mile a gallon? Oh, yeah. I like them better, the side-by-side of thing, any day of the week.
I'm just thankful that they were able to come out and help me, guys. I really do appreciate that. Way cool.
Do you think it's gonna come out that fast?
Oh, with that thing, yeah, I thought it would, but it was still, I thought it would come out easier than it did.
Wow. What's that thing run the piss out of, huh? 3 miles an hour at 4,000 RPM.
How did so much dirt come out of the ceiling? I don't know. It came out of everywhere.
Oh, yeah. There ain't no question about it. I mean, you got to get rid of some of the government shit.
Smells like it, but
You know, this neighbor of mine had a station wagon VW. The one that was illegal, and I wanted that fucking thing so bad. You know, I looked on YouTube, they're between 70 and 90 miles per gallon on the highway.
I must have bumped something.
What the hell is that?
That's probably a broken hose or something.
Put a pin under it, dude.
Oh man, it scared the piss out of it. Yeah, it didn't even get hot. I must have just popped the line. So recovery's done. Everybody's safe. We got to rally the hat on the dudes a little bit. I hit a bump and I think I probably popped a radiator hose or something.
You stop pulling shit out of that car, like rear seat belts, rear seat.
Of abuse. Got on the trailer.
Lot of junk you don't need in there.
Maybe for lunch. Send it. Send it. Send it.
All right. But yeah, they outlawed something really, really good there, man. Almost 2 million views on this video. You see how this guy became a millionaire? 0.16 million subscribers. And the way I understand it, he pays his whole crew to go out there and do this shit. Yeah, big mileage. Ridiculous mileage. And just the income he makes on the video. As far as I understand, I don't think he's been charging anybody anything. That was him looking for some chick out in the desert, and they went into the mine all the way down the attic. I think it was 700 feet. Well, there was one he just was advertising here. Yeah. There's one where they recovered a crane. Yeah. It's a bulldozer. He goes everywhere. He went to Everglades. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Destroy my ice covered helicopter. That rich to go destroy a helicopter for YouTubes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Full screen. Really not much news out there this morning.
Welcome to Huntington, Utah, home of a lot of coal mines and one very large and very east in Utah, home of a lot of coal
Yeah,
mines
but where is it?
and one very large.
Huntington. That's
stuck
over near
excavator.
Colville, Price, I think. Holy macaroni and cheese.
Is an absolute doozy of a recovery. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Guys, now that you've seen the situation, you've seen the mess, you've seen the logistics of what we're dealing with here, before we go any further,
That's the name of the game, baby.
drop a comment below and guess how many hours and how many minutes you think this project's going to take us. I'm talking like, I think we're giving it 12 hours and 35 minutes, 14 hours, 37 hours. Drop in the comments below because we're starting a timer right now. And whoever gets the closest, this is Price is Right, okay? The closest without going over, you, my friend, are going to be taking home a giant swag pack. We will ship you like a very healthy package of gear. So drop your guesses below. Let's see what happens. And wish us luck because this is bad. My guess is days. Does that mean days? I'm guessing we're out of here by tonight.
This guy went up to Cerro Gordo. Got him a cement mixer, brought all the water, all the cement they needed, all the blocks.
Home of a very large and very stuck excavator. We just barely rolled up. Excavator, as you can see, is buried over there. This is a cool spot. This is about 2 hours south, 2.5 hours south of where our shop is. We're kind of right here in the heart of central Utah, kind of near coal mining country. And we got it.
Coal mining country.
Like I told you, this
It'll be Price.
He is buried. So we just rolled up. We're going to kind of stage the equipment, figure out where we want to park, put the stuff, and then we'll sit down and go over a game plan, figure out what we got to do. But attack number one, put on a little Wild Billy. Wide brim hat. You got yours?
Wide brim hat. You got it. White.
Like a banker. Can't trust you in that hat. Bank robber. All right, guys. This is the man of the hour right here. Looks like we're going to be pretty good friends. I I think so. Based off of what I'm seeing, looks like we're a couple of kindred spirits. Scary. Never know when to quit. Never know when to quit. You don't quit. Just get started. So, gonna get unloaded, get staged, get together, make a game plan. Tell people. Actually, we'll probably have.
I'm Brian Fox. I started digging a trench and digging out some Russian olive, just cleaning up some ditches.
Russian
I
olives.
got off the road just a little bit, and
I think
it was
those
all
are
over
an
after
invasive species
every
out
time
there.
you move, it just looks like a waterbed. It sits there and ripples. We hooked a D7 to it the first day, and that just pulled it in deeper. We had a buddy come over with his machine, his excavator, and we hooked buckets, and it just pulled him into the hole. We decided to let it sit.
So how happy would you be today if we get it out of there?
Oh, I'll be stoked. I got full confidence that Dave can get it out of there.
So here we have Mr. Brian Fox and his beautiful family, minus one who's probably helping unload a tractor. He's fine. Brian.
What's that
has
chick?
lived nearby.
20 years
Yeah.
old? Look at that. She popped out 4
And,
kids
just
already.
kind of
Unbelievable
Yep.
moments.
Russian olive. Got off the road.
Yeah.
Was over after that.
It's deceivingly wet from what I can see. Yeah. There's a lot of water in the ground right here, which
I'm the
obviously.
only guy in the county that doesn't want water.
How'd that rainstorm treat you?
Terrible.
Yeah, I'll bet.
I pumped out thousands of gallons
Did you really?
the past couple weeks.
You've got a big old excavator over there. That's a John Deere 450.
Yep.
That's like a 100,000-pound machine
It's 100,000 plus,
plus. And it's been stuck for how long?
at least 12 weeks.
I thought it was 2 months, but that's closer to what? That's 3 months. You've tried a lot of different things here.
Yeah, I mostly just try to get something underneath it, but every time I do it, just sinks out of sight.
Yeah.
Everything I put under just keeps smashing in.
Yeah. Any predictions on how this is going to go down?
I got confidence in you guys.
Good. Appreciate that.
You're gonna get it out.
There we go. There we go. Look at that. We kind of scheduled 2 days, kind of worst case scenario. We got optimistic guys. Think we can get it done in one. I'm kind of on the fence. I think we'll have it out sooner or later
Tonight.
Yeah,
I think
tonight.
it'll come
Here
out
we go.
tonight.
I like it.
First psoriasis, then psoriasis.
Well, we're going to go get us some toast. What do you think?
I started Cosentix.
Cosentix can help you look and feel better by treating the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. Don't use it if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. Increased risk of infections, some serious, and a lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Watch me.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix. Lucidchart makes intelligent diagramming easy and helps your best ideas become real. Start from scratch or get started with templates. Shape your ideas with hundreds of shape libraries, from technical systems to flowcharts and process maps and even org charts. Lucidchart integrates with your favorite software applications, so it works where you work. Share documents with teammates. Commenting and tagging make it easy to align with your team. Understand the past so you can build your future. Teach complexity.
See how you're going to get this thing out. It's 100,000 ton. 30,000 pounds.
One thing I got to be super careful of is, even though this machine's a lot lighter and it's not going to sink as easy as that one, the ground is still very unstable here. And since I'm working on this kind of sheer ledge, one thing that could happen is the pit could want to pull me in. This whole thing could slough off, and then I'm going to be fighting my way to not get stuck on top of that machine. So I got to kind of toe this fine line of getting as close to the edge of the hole as I can without completely burying this machine or sliding off. So kind of a delicate balance. It's not just brute strength. Right now, like I said, it's all about strategy. It's all about figuring out how close we can get, how much material we can remove without endangering another machine or getting that one even more stuck.
Guys, here's a fun fact for you. I listen to a lot of music. I have a very eclectic taste in music. Literally everything from Tech Nine to Tchaikovsky, Mambo No. 5 to the Moana soundtrack. It's all over the place. Also, what I do for work, I encounter a lot of loud noises on a daily basis between the trucks, the heavy equipment, the recoveries. It gets loud. Loud noises! For me, sometimes a little silence is golden. Having a good set of noise-canceling headphones is a big deal for me. So you guys already know we've been working with Cove Speaker here on the channel, and they have really nice Bluetooth audio products. These noise-canceling headphones they came out with are no different. What I love about them is memory foam pads right here. They're Bluetooth, obviously. They have a built-in microphone, so I can take phone calls, I can listen to music, I can record videos, I can talk to you guys. It also has a little auxiliary port here. I can plug my walkie-talkie in.
Were you calling from a walkie-talkie?
They work really well, and they fold up, super compact. Best part of all, they are affordable right now. Guys, 70% off is what you guys are going to get if you use the link in my description below, which makes this set of noise-canceling headphones less than $80, which good luck finding that anywhere else for a good quality set of headphones. I use them every day. They work for me, and I encourage you guys, if you need a good set of headphones, click the link in my description below because they're probably going to sell out pretty fast. It's 70% off. So enjoy.
Well, from past experience, I think our best bet right now is to not get that machine stuck. We need to keep the sani high and dry as possible. We also need to come in, basically cut in a berm right here in front of the boom, build a place where we can get that machine down to basically get a nice little ramp built out. The problem here is the tracks are locked up. This track is completely gone. You can see just a couple bumps of it. That one is completely buried, and that mud gets in there and sets up hard, and it just locks out up tight. We're going to have to get shovels. We're going to have to basically dig all this mud out of the way, put it down, build our pad, basically a trench dug around the whole thing. And Hunter is going to get on the shovel. Just shovel his heart out. Oh, okay, me and Hunter are going to get on the shovels. You're waking the neighbors! That bucket's 6 feet wide. Like, that's insane. Huge. It's twice as big as the machine we had stuck last time.
All right, so one thing we've learned through all of our big recoveries is having something that helps you distribute your weight across the ground, such as like a giant swamp mat or a big timber pad like we have here, is literally the difference between getting unstuck and not. Ultimately, these are what helped us get the giant excavator off the bed of the Great Salt Lake, which was probably a worse situation than this because the access was horrible. So we went over, grabbed 16 these swamp mats. These ones are in pretty rough shape, which is great because we're going to be really, really hard on them. Trying to pull a stuck machine with these is ultimately putting a lot of leverage, a lot of stress, a lot of pressure on them. We brought enough, I think, hopefully even extras. Whatever's left, whatever's good, we'll take back to the shop with us because it's actually really good hardwood that I reclaim and we actually used in the construction of my house. So kind of came full circle there. But ultimately with these, we'll be able to, first of all, get this machine close enough to dig around that other machine, get the track cleared, and then lay these out kind of like just a little bit of a boardwalk right in front of that big machine. And as we start pulling, it should pull up on these. Wham, bam, up we go. So.
Did you get notified this morning? You must have, right?
Now we stack the mats. So basically, I'm going to build what's going to be the final ramp for us to be able to try to pull the big, hoe up out of there. I'm also going to use this mat to be able to get down in there and keep digging around the tracks. We got that one track pretty well freed up, but it's also getting pretty juicy around it again. So as we move, every time we hit the ground, it pumps water to the surface. So we only have very limited moves left that we can make before we end up in a situation where it gets swampy again. So trying to do as little big moves as possible. But a couple more of these swamp mats to move. All we do is big moves. All we do is win, right?
Big money moves is what they call me in high school. That was my name, Big Money Moves. Just to credit you.
Down in here. and be able to clear out both sides of the tracks of this machine. And then we're going to pull the swamp mats probably back out and reposition them so we actually have a better ramp for the big machine. If for some reason they don't want to come out, well, then this is going to be the ramp. So it's a little risky using them right now and not having them exactly the way I want them. But realistically, I don't know where I need them yet, which is why I'm going to put them right here for now. That's going to give me the position I need with the sand next to the machine, and then we'll see what happens. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not pump any water. No more water pumping.
We got one half of one track freed up. Somewhere under the belly of the beast was a whole pond of water, and it started to just pour out from the inside from the tracks. And yeah, we've got a lot of liquid in there. Hopefully, we're not just sitting on more water. The more we dig, the more water's going to come up. That'll be bad. But we did get that track to move a little bit, which is a good feeling. So yeah, we'll keep picking away at it. Hopefully once we get that other track dug out, get a winch hooked to this, we can start to get it to chug backwards. So what? Start to chug backwards. I like that little dance you're doing there. What's that?
There's a railroad tie on the post under this side.
Yeah.
Very simple.
Side now. Dig that side out.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then we're free at that point. I don't think, but back here would hold us. But we got to get. I want to see if it'll let me pivot right here. Get up right there and get it up to get on these tracks.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime,
For $4, 1,000 views. That's remarkable, yeah?
Let's go dozer. We're just gonna try dozer first. Just try to let it. Yep. Do we want it? Well, no. Let's do this. Let's get both vehicles like right here. We'll just double line it. Yeah. Not even mess around with it. Full snatch blocks. So technically, it's 4 cables running to it.
I was thinking hook these down to the bottom.
Yep.
Hook the snatch blocks on the end of these.
Yeah.
Run both those winches straight to the snatch blocks back to these machines.
Love it.
I'm heading back to Salt Lake.
Ready, Dave? Okay, let me
on the end
let
of
you
them.
update where we're at here.
You're gonna ride the snatch block back, aren't you?
That whole process went a little bit faster than we anticipated, being able to get the tracks cleaned out and get the ramp built in front of it. So we've got our swamp mats. We've got basically 2.5 layers of mats there. We've got some that are running horizontal like this, or vertical, and then others that are running horizontal across top of them. That provides us a little extra, strength. Huh? Oh, man. I'm blaming Hunter. So that gives us a little bit of extra strength because obviously this machine is super heavy, and even when it does come out, you're gonna watch it probably just chew those swamp mats to pieces. Good news is the tracks are so close to moving. They want to go. We got them pretty cleared out. The back end is still really full of dirt and mud, and we can't really get back there with any other machine because it's really swampy on that far side. Luckily, the ground has had a chance to dry out since the last storm a little bit, so that's been really nice. We almost got. This is the part where we can screw up the whole recovery because we get impatient.
You know who you're talking to. I'm talking to the juice box guy.
We start pushing things, and then we start, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do, we're going to get the dozer, we're going to get our 5-ton, we're going to rig them up right here. We're going to run the winch lines to this point on the track hoe. Then we're going to run our snatch blocks on the middle, so it's basically doubling the winch power of each vehicle. So the 5-ton and the dozer will both have extra winching power, twice the winching power of what a normal one straight line would do. And the reason we're doing that is because we may only have one shot at pulling this thing out, and we need all the pulling power we can get. Once we get the machine up on this mat here, we're in good shape.
right there. Oh, that was like when we bought it. Yeah, that was already backed up into the wood. No, that was like when we bought it. And man, nothing happened.
See some fresh shears on your screws here.
Both screws, nope.
Oh yeah. We're back. Amazing, huh?
The plan right now is I'm going to jump in the big hoe that's stuck. We'll have Ryan here in his dozer running his winch. We're going to have Jackknife Jim running the winch on the 5-ton. And we're going to clear the area because one of these cables breaks and it's a bad time for everybody. So that's the biggest risk that we run right now is breaking cables because that sucks.
But this whole place sucks.
After saving with customized car insurance from Liberty Mutual, I customize everything, like Marco's backpack.
Oh, no, I think an ad's coming.
Hey, Mark, with YouTube Premium, there are no ads. Keep going, Luke Daddy. Get YouTube Premium.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a lot of dead weight. The tracks are this close to spinning. The problem that we're having now is the 5-ton that we're anchoring the front of it to the track hoe. I think Jim Ted just pulled the front bumper off of the 5-ton, so that means
No way.
So we got to pull the front bumper off. Now is
No fucking way.
it's a lot of dead weight. The tracks are this close to spinning. The problem that we're having now is the 5-ton that we're anchoring the front of it to the track hoe. I think
Holy shit.
Jim Ted just pulled the front bumper off of the 5-ton, so that means it's a lot of freaking weight. So we got to figure out a better anchor system.
Good morning. Look at that.
Right, but then it would be pulling off the tractor, so we can go to the
Yeah.
truck.
Alien.
Yeah.
Wow. Who's that? But that's respect and compassion, I think, are out the door for humanity. We'll see in the next month or two. D7. Look at that. There you go. Unbelievable. What's going on in Canada? What's going on in England?
It's not even tomorrow yet.
I don't know.
It's not even dinner time. Man,
It's static.
that thing's buried. Let's look at that hole real quick. Because that's... you want some swamp mats? Because they're yours. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, yes. I'm so glad you said that. I'd pull them out. Boat dock.
I might need to hang on to them.
Both those things yours.
Oh, you guys are freaking awesome. This
that was
is
cool.
amazing.
I can't believe you answered my call.
Yeah, man. It worked out great.
Thank you.
Glad you called. This is like the stuff we dream about. I don't know if you even saw this. Did you see this bumper? When did that happen?
The same time I asked you about that tail light.
Oh, no, wait. Oh, this bump. Yeah, no. This was like this when we bought it. Yeah, this wasn't us. The sun was hitting. We were in the shadows and stuff. But, that's how they come factory that way.
Oh,
See
okay.
with that bumper? Factory tail light? Factory. It's weird they come cracked, but I don't know how the military did things back in the day, but a little backwards than I do it now.
Yeah, from factory. Just the whole thing. Rust, factory rust.
Yeah. This is Spock's D. $121,000 views. What's that, 40 grand? Made 40 grand on it. Ballpark. Probably a little more. Oh, yeah.
If you struggle to lose weight, you must see
50 minutes, an hour. Maybe watch this later.
Over the last few thousand years, we have warped our own history. Our stories of the past have been changed, altered, mistranslated, and completely been misunderstood as we wrap.
We'll watch that later.
Hey, I'm going to give away a helicopter.
He's going to give away a helicopter. We just watched him down in this one here. Sunk my brand new $400,000 K Pavati boat in 90-foot deep of water. He went in and recovered that the other day. That was a good video. There's one in here on the helicopter. It was relatively short. Yeah, there you go. Right here. Oh, this is 39 minutes. Well, we'll run a little bit and then we'll go somewhere else. Oh, yeah. 65 degrees, 77% humidity. It's supposed to be wicked nasty, I think, tomorrow.
We got to move my helicopter. It's going to keep on snowing. We can't leave it up there because too much snow on the blade. We break the blades off. We don't break the blades off because they're like $100 grand a piece. Shoot a double intro. Bad boy. Here we go. Double intro time. Guess what we're doing? We are getting ready to go recover my helicopter from the snow. What do you think of this
story.
What do you think of that,
It
Hawkeye?
goes great. It goes like selfie, and then it goes bad boy. Bad boy. Should we do bad boy Inception?
Whoa. How do you feel now, audience?
I'm gonna put you guys down for a second so I can talk to bad boy camera. We got
These
something
guys are rolling in
real
it.
exciting going on right now.
He's got a private jet too. I don't think it's a Leo. Oh yeah. What the hell is that all about? This is one of his cabins.
Literally a jet engine that's designed to just blow hot ass air. So we're gonna make it happen. We gotta get to work. We gotta get to work. Meet Dave. Dave has what we like to call a bad credit score. Maybe he has no credit score at all. For whatever reason, he can't get a loan on a new vehicle, which is why he's riding his bike to work. Here's the thing, guys. Bad credit scores happen to all of us, and sometimes
Bad credit score is going to keep you off city buses, out of hospitals.
but this one wouldn't fly.
Oh yeah.
But it's the same thing.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon and Target. You can drop price.
Oh yeah. Let's get moving
These
here.
things you should hear it, yeah. Ready, boys? This is basically your tachometer, your RPMs, but it's done in percentages. So right now, when we fire it up, like idle for a turbine is 60%. We're looking for it to go all the way up to like 100, 103, 104%. That's like the max RPM, but it's also like the turbines are funny. They want to run at like the same speed. They make their best power at like 100% RPM. So that's where you want them to be. And that's where we're trying from the Blizzard.
Back into that barrel. I think I've tried it in the past. I think it was next to impossible.
Where are they going?
Torch up, man. It's colder here than I thought it was gonna be. Locked and loaded.
Baby battery.
Do the same thing.
Oh yeah.
We are here, and it's a beautiful, beautiful day. Clear skies, which means the temperature is really, really low. In fact, bouncing back and forth between like 12 and 14 degrees. So definitely chilly. The good news is the weather's good enough for me to be able to get out. The bad news is, since it's so cold, this ice is just going to want to, as soon as we melt it, turn back into ice again. So a little bit of a challenge, but I'll take this over for trying to fly through clouds.
Just doing donuts around it.
Ugh. Eesh. Yeah, she picked up more ice over the last day or two. Here's the plan. Get the snow and ice off the helicopter. So basically what we got to do is first get the snow. See the snow? Comes off pretty easy. Ooh.
There's a good amount of ice in there.
No, there's not.
Really?
The ice is only on the tips. That's looking promising. There's not as much ice built up on the main blade. This is actually looking pretty good. So we're gonna clean. I'm gonna start working on the blades. Hands gonna start literally shoveling off the cockpit, and then we'll see if she wants to start.
Heads, legs, legs.
You wanna explode?
Literally, I can't even like wipe this off right now. So for scratching it.
What? Nah. Some? Putting some.
This year was far enough to cover your exhaust.
Recently, and for no reason at all, I asked Mint Mobile's legal team if big wireless companies are allowed to raise prices due to inflation. They said yes. And then when I asked if raising prices...
What's up here that I need to worry about? Just mostly helicopter stuff.
But I mean, is there like
There's like a couple, like little stubborn things. Yeah. Perfect. Right off the blade. Right off the blade. Like missing arrowhead. just run these plates for a while to see if it melts this up. I'm no scientist. I'm also no pilot.
It's in no trouble.
Nice. So how? Oh, from the
Scrape those off.
gotcha.
It's like,
Oh hell yeah! Bad boy. I think we've seen all the videos.
You seen all the videos? What's your favorite video? What's the one?
My favorite. I love the recoveries.
Okay,
I love the start.
it's getting the bulk of the ice, and he will help. I don't know, 10 minutes away from firing it up and hoping that the turbine exhaust gas helps melt any residual. But we got the bulk of the stuff off, so I think we're close.
So will you know within the first like 5 feet of taking off if it's safe or not?
I'll know, yeah.
Like you're just as safe.
What happens if it's not
You're
safe?
just as safe this high as you are that high, as far as like.
But we don't talk about worst case scenarios.
You gotta take the injector off, on the compressor, starting fluid. See the whole helicopter start to shake? That's what it's doing.
It was good. It was touch and go for a minute there. Wanted to keep vibrating on me, but I think the exhaust was able to finally get the bulk of the stuff melted off. It feels fine now. But now we're going to shut it down. Real quick. Make sure everything's good.
Spirits are upon me now. I can feel them closing in. I've never been leader
beautiful flight, though. Not very bumpy. Weather was nice on the way home. However, I do have some things I need to talk to you guys about. I never mentioned to you that I got a new helicopter. I think we all just kind of assumed that everybody knew, and we just went and did it. Sold my red one, bought this one, and my heli wagon I sold with my red helicopter. So, in order to move this helicopter around, in the meantime, we built the most ghetto helicopter transporter you've ever seen. Those right there, I think actually you can still see. Look at this. This was like a lumber cart at Lowe's. Still has the price per piece of lumber on there. Took two of them, welded them together, put some wood on the deck, put a trailer hitch on it, and we moved around with our best tug, which the best tug is awesome. We'll use that to move our airplane. But it works for now. We have a new heli wagon being built. And I also have some more helicopter news for you guys coming very soon. I have another helicopter that I bought. I can't tell you what it is, but I will soon. But it's awesome. We were able to overcome a somewhat challenging situation up there because you guys saw as we thawed the ice, it literally just wanted to just turn right back into ice. So it was fighting us like crazy, but all in all, it worked out. We made it home safe. Everybody's happy, and hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. So with that said, let's get the next one.
I bought a Army Black Hawk helicopter. They said it ran into the sky not too long ago. It's because some good cinematography, some pretty places and shit. Let's go see what this is.
Guys, look at this check I got from
Stop
Autumn.
whining.
Seriously. I'm still in shock. This is working. I mean, look, $5,300.
What's going on here?
Look, a $1,200 check. I mean, I got a bunch more of these where they...
Guys, I did it. I bought a Black Hawk helicopter. Now, this is something that's been on my vision board. It's been one of my life goals, and I'm finally making it happen. And I'm going to take you along for the ride. After I purchased this helicopter from a military auction, I have to then head down to Huntsville, Alabama, which is where it's located in the storage facility, and pick it up. We're not going to go down and fly it out of there because it needs a bunch of maintenance and inspections and all sorts of stuff done to it before we can legally and comfortably fly it around. So what you're about to see is a journey of us flying out from Salt Lake City, Utah to St. Louis, Missouri. From there, we're going to head over to Washington, Missouri to my friend Joe at Midwest Military Equipment's yard because he's going to let me borrow his specialty lowboy trailer, which is literally perfect for hauling a Black Hawk. He also has a buddy who's going to let me borrow his brand new Kenworth W900, Brian from JBC Transport, and from there, we're going to get on the road down to Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
Recap of what's happened so far. Usually I fly in the day early and I get the rental car and I make sure everything's good to go, and then when I pick them up I have snacks in the car and everything. Well, this time Dave had me flying with them. Got a rental car reserved, got to the rental car place. It was like an hour and a half long wait to get our car. So then we decided to Uber the hour distance here. Got picked up by a guy in the Uber who no working air conditioning in his car. Did the hour long drive in the van with no air conditioning. Got to the rental car place, and the rental car needs fuel, too small. Just give me one of those trips where every corner is going to be a party. Sparks couldn't figure out how to open the thingy, and he kept telling me just to keep hitting it, so I kept hitting it. Couldn't figure it out, went for the button, and it is just a hit thing. You just have to unlock the car. Just unlock the car, and then unlock the cab.
So in this video, I'm going to introduce you to a few different people. Now, these people are very, very important, and they're critical to this series that I'm going to be creating of purchasing and owning and flying a Blackhawk. First, you've got JT Tannehill. Now, JT is a good friend of mine, but he also happens to be a badass active duty Blackhawk pilot, and he has been for a long time. He's served multiple tours of duty, flying combat missions. The guy's experienced. And he's just an overall badass, but more importantly, he's a close friend of mine. You guys may remember him from the video where we got kidnapped up in the mountains. But JT is basically my guy when it comes to helping me figure out what to do with this thing. He's going to teach me how to fly it. He's my instructor. He's like my right-hand man on this deal. Next, you're going to meet Joe Ott. Joe Ott is hands down the best aviation mechanic I've ever met in my entire life. He owns a big outfit down in Kentucky called Thoroughbred Aviation. I trust Joe with my life, with my money, and with this whole project. The thing about Joe is he is honest, he's extremely smart, and he's got a huge facility with an excellent staff that can figure out just about anything. So they're the guys that I trust to be able to do all of the work on the Blackhawk, because once you buy a surplus Blackhawk, it has to go through a bunch of different inspections and maintenance. So you have what's called a PMI-1 and a PMI-2. Those are basically giant inspections. I'm talking inspections that cost anywhere between $200,000 to $1 million, depending on what components need to be replaced. So rather than have somebody pick it apart and try to sell me parts and pieces that I might need, Joe is going to do those inspections for me. He's going to tell me what the helicopter actually needs and what is required to be able to safely and comfortably fly this thing home, which is what we're hoping to do in about September once Joe is done with all of his work on it. Everybody, Joe, Midwest Military Equipment, you've seen him at our shop, but now we finally get to see your shop.
Yeah, we're here.
I've wanted to be here for a while.
Yeah.
This is kind of paradise. Joe has the same problem that I have, which is,
Guys, we have a serious problem here at the office. I'll show you guys. This has become just like a full-blown outbreak. Let me show you what's going on here. Look at these guys.
Know that drink yet?
See, my guys are all strung out on energy drinks. You see, they had low energy, so they're like, oh, like an energy drink. Well, now it's just snowballed into this huge mess. They have no energy, they have no ambition, they have no drive, they're not getting the proper nutrients. So what I'm going to do is solve this problem once and for all. You want to know how? Nutrients.
boys,
Yeah, you. Don't. I mean, that really looks good. And now you just look worse.
how many energy drinks do you have today? 14. And how much energy do you have? 0. Guys, here's the deal. Energy drinks, well, I'm just going to come right out and say it, they're not good for you. 99% of energy drinks on the market are absolute trash. There's a couple out there that maybe have a couple good things, but to be honest with you, real energy comes from real vitamins and minerals. So guys, the solution to the low energy crisis and obviously all the other problems that these guys are experiencing due to lack of nutrition is BAM, this nutritional drink. This is AG1 by Athletic Green. This is something that I drink every single morning, and it has helped me improve my focus, my energy, my gut health. This is packed with like over 75 different vitamins, minerals, superfoods, all the stuff that our bodies need and crave to be able to feel better and perform better, and it's super easy to use. Literally, use the travel packs, huge difference.
Just closes his eyes and goes to town. In fact, he just bought 10 of those. Literally, like, probably just bought 10 or 20 of them. He has the world's most comprehensive collection of surplus military trucks.
Oh, this self-propel 155 and ammo. We're gonna need it.
You're hovering over that button, but we need your help. We have a better button. We promise.
But you need fuel
Right on
for them.
time.
I don't know where that's going to come from. So put them into place, put your battalion in place, dig in, and hope for the best. Oh, yeah. Good day and sunny there. Good. We haven't heard from Leslie. Haven't heard from a lot of people, but that's all right. No one getting notification, maybe? Oh, yeah. It's all right. All right, let's get some of this shit put on. Oh, yeah.
military trucks, parts, and equipment. Everybody that I know who's anybody who wants a military vehicle comes to Joe right here. So he's letting us use his trailer, which is a brand new trailer, which not a cheap trailer. Really. No pressure, right? This is a specialty trailer, which is designed to haul a Black Hawk helicopter. Joe was also nice enough to have his friend Brian from JBC Transport Group let us borrow his
Everything will be all right.
because
Don't worry about fuel.
Hunter is coming in.
Don't worry about Hill Heating
right
Oil,
now.
natural
Coming to
gas,
Alabama,
propane,
Bravo boy, this little boy.
electricity. Everything gonna be all right.
Black Hawk,
We
Blades.
got a responsible man in D.C. and responsible governors in this country. They won't let nothing happen to us.
UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter is one of the most
One of my friends
successful
down in
helicopters
Pennsylvania
ever built
says,
of all time. It's
call
known
the
for
senator
its durability, its
and ask him why the
rugged
fuck we ain't getting coal up
capabilities,
here, and you better
and
get some coal
its
up here
brute
real
strength.
quick.
I mean, these things are massive.
That's the only
Just
savior if
the
this shit
airframe
goes
alone
upside
is like
down.
50 feet long. It's 13 feet tall without the blades on. It's like 10 feet wide.
You get a
I mean,
self
I'm telling
stoker,
you, this
you're
is
gonna
like the
need
definition of an oversized load.
21.
I forget what it was, 150 or 220 watts.
Extremely dangerous, and Joe knows it. That's why he's got that smirk on his face. Walking me back past this gate.
To run those stoves.
I mean, here's the thing. I bought the Hammett from him. I
So
bought
if the power
another
goes out,
10
you're
by
gonna need
10
battery
PLS,
backup.
which I haven't even showed you guys yet. It's like one of two in civilian hands. Yeah. I bought the Navy boat. The second one. You did. So yeah. Set up there. And now we got the only two 10 by 10 trucks in civilian hands.
You can't go that route.
I also bought the
Just
Navy
get
boat
a
from him,
stoker
which
stove
he
like I
has a
got.
handful more. This is
That's
like
the newest truck there.
Some
That's
of
the
them
only
won't
one I
have big
know of.
hoppers.
It's the one American civilian hands.
fully armored.
Yeah,
Little
the fully
50,
armored
60 pounds.
M1085A1P2. So that's what the military is currently using. Like you see all the Oshkosh trucks with the square nose. That's the truck right there. It got set up for where it's designed to have supplemental
Somebody
armor.
from Florida had called me and we were shooting the shit yesterday.
Just how wild the armor plating is on it.
The neighbor went and found what goes bad on those air conditioners is a
This
capacitor.
truck is actually a 2009.
So I guess he searched most of the day to buy a couple capacitor, couldn't find them.
So the guy
I ended
bought
up
this
buying
off
the
the
last
assembly
two
line that I bought it
from this
Honestly,
company.
Texas.
So he's got them on
It's had
here.
the clinical controlled shop since 2011.
Him radio operators talking about building amplifiers and stuff.
Yeah,
You
it was
can't get
kind
the
of an experience
parts.
for me. We kind of owned everything under the sun. and
Transformers,
this one definitely takes
capacitors,
the cake. It's got a
resistors.
fully operational turret. We've got a gunner protection kit for it too. So it's got a C7 cab in it, and then they changed a lot. It's got hydraulic cab air ride versus the older trucks had just an air ride cab system.
hydraulic.
Yeah, it's a hydraulic air ride. So if you look, they've got hydraulic rams on either side. A lot of people buy these longer trucks to make them expedition vehicles.
Absolutely.
This glass is so
Oh, I've seen some people build
this thing's legit. Like,
campers out of it.
What are these supposed to hold up to? Like,
it's 50
Oh, I know,
caliber
no
and
clue.
point blank.
It's a good summertime, man. We're right before 4th of July.
I'm sure it's 7.62 point blank.
Growler.
Yeah, a couple
We
of growlers.
checked on some few people, and they're doing all right.
Yeah, they've got a turbo
They're
diesel
backing
engine.
out of YouTube
They've
a
got
little bit.
4LADE automatic transmission. Yeah, they're just kind of a combination
Those are
of
the
a
new
whole bunch of
Jeeps.
different vehicles morphed into a
They put a
combat
robot
vehicle.
in.
This is the only vehicle that was ever certified to fly in the V-22 Osprey.
That's
why
what
they
it was
designed
developed
this.
for. That's
Is that a half track? I found this out in Kansas. The family that I bought it from, her father bought it in 1948. It does
We
not
know
run.
it's 4th of
We unloaded
July.
off the trailer, and this is as far as we got. And then if you open the hood here, you'll see the world's largest rat nest. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think anybody's ever seen one like that.
Dude, they packed it in there.
All right, so you got a lot of switches here. These are your airbags. If you want to glow green, the switch right here. Cab lights glow green on 3 when you are oversized. If you want to run 1, and the cab lights stay dance. Oh, it's very cute. Sweet.
I was looking for a little more scenery in these videos today. Just see the beauty of the country. And you're reminded, evil men doing this. Ain't nothing to do with devil or any of that other bullshit, in my opinion. Just evil men getting away with nothing, with everything. And good men doing nothing.
Good luck, man. I really appreciate you.
Can't wait to see it. Yeah.
This right here, the man, Brian from JBC Transportation. He is right here in Washington.
Warrenton, Missouri.
I've never met this man. But
You see some states are giving money out now
reached out and said, "Hey, I got a buddy
Oh,
who got a badass truck."
like $850.
Can't just haul it in the truck.
It's, I forgot what it was called. Some fuel compensation
So logistically,
tax.
this is a challenge. Getting everything in the right place
That
at the right
probably
time
number
to
would
be
have
able
been
to show up and get this thing picked up. I mean,
$15,000
there's a reason why there's really only kind of one company in the country that is known for
if
transporting
Joe
these
gave
helicopters. I had
us
the
some
option
money
of hiring
instead
them
of
to move it, but I
Israel,
thought that doesn't make a good video. Hiring
South
some
Korea,
specialty company, which does a really great
Ukraine.
job, doesn't make for great content. So we decided to do it ourselves, which means that we had to basically get the dimensions of a Blackhawk and build a cradle design that sits on top of this low boy to be able to secure it to the trailer and make sure that it's just
Big
right.
channel here, anyways. I've been watching them for a little bit, and
We'll go get our rooms.
pretty remarkable. He just went and pulled the the guy in his Giant Lake meat. He spent 2 days out there getting this guy off, and then he went and bought him a brand new
Moving the Blackhawk
houseboat.
helicopter on a 7 to be able to put a helicopter. Once we started realizing
Someone else, what was it, Prepper, was talking about the lack of fireworks from China. Yeah. Uh-oh.
Above the tower right now. We're going to see it come by, and then they're going to let me go up and sit in the pilot seat, go for a little ride, which is really cool. So Dave, down at Advanced Precision Parts, which is basically the warehouse that holds these Blackhawks after they're sold from the government, just super cool dude. He's like one of us. In dealing with a government contractor like that, typically it's not a great experience. I'll tell you right now, though, dealing with Dave and his team at APP, these guys are dialed. He said, "Look, when you get
You guys
here,
need
we'll have
a
you loaded
Blackhawk?
up in and out in like 30 minutes." I was like, "All right, that's an
You need
ambitious
any
goal. Let's do
military
it."
gear?
So we get to
Get down there and
APP,
get some.
pull in, boom. His team has the helicopter on a crane ready to go. All I had to do was back the low boy literally into their bay garage there. And like Dave said before, 30 minutes, the helicopter was tied down and loaded.
About having toys and shit. I don't think this guy's 35 years old. What do you think?
Why they're showing me this, why they're taking us for a ride, is because they offer parts and services and some equipment with these things. So obviously it's in their best interest for me to get excited
Giving
about what
out
they do,
money to
because
make more
I definitely
people dependent. Oh, absolutely.
products,
There ain't no
services,
question
whatever.
about it.
Based on my experience here so
UBI is coming. Yeah, I think you're right. It's breaking because you know something. I mean, let's end this right here for a bit. This was one of the most compelling. I'm surprised Carol didn't cover this, and I'm not beating on Carol. You know that. Yeah, I want to watch that later. There ain't no question about it. Oh yeah, thank you. You're always talking about this. Actually, I probably asked about 4 people. You know what Flying J check stop is? No, they ain't got no clue. They got 30% of filling trucks up at their truck stops. 30% of the nation's trucks. Oh, Jim Dillon. Oh, yeah. Here we go. I already looked it up. Flying J CEO testifies. Let's listen just a few minutes of this. And If I was on a diesel that had that stupid DEF shit in it, I'd be looking on YouTube on how to override that system. No, that's all right. Let me go do this. I don't know if they'll give me J. Map. See if they'll give me a map of the whole United States. Probably not. I was on the phone yesterday for 2 hours looking up the cold comparison chart. Everything I tried to do, I couldn't find it. So I've been telling people, I says, look at the cold comparison chart. Scranton. No, I want the whole country. But it won't let me. All right, here we go. I'll give you an idea how many trucks up. There's 2 in Canada I'm seeing right now. And you're going to let me... Come on, man. No, I want to go out, man. No, man. Won't let me scroll down. Where's the legend? Come on, man. Anyways, these are some of the Flying J stops. They sell 30% of America's. We're in Arkansas here, Tennessee. These are the ones, what's that, Route 70, Louisville, Kentucky. These are all the Flying J truck stops. We're over at Sioux Falls. You see that? And some strategically located, and then go right across. Look at that. The Crow Reservation. Look at that. I didn't know they were on there too. It's Nebraska. Yeah, in other words, you're getting the idea now. There are a lot of these truck stops, and you can see how far they are. The Google Jew won't give me a 1 inch equals 200 miles type deal. But I would say they're 200 miles, 100 miles apart in most cases. And you go into the Hopi Reservation. So you give me an idea about how many Flying J truck stops. So now let's listen to what this guy's got to say. What do you think? You think it's worthy? Ain't nothing to see here, right, Senator?
They do not want you to hear this.
Yeah, they don't want you to hear a lot of things, dummy.
I don't know, like,
Are you kidding me?
They do it or how they find you all these state and local
Come
discounts.
on, man.
Serving the U.S. trucking industry.
Let's start it over. This guy sounds like he's got an artificial voice.
Officer for Pilot Flying J. We operate the largest network of travel centers in the United States, serving the U.S. trucking industry and four-wheel customers. We currently account for approximately 20% of the country's highway, or as we call it, over-the-road diesel supply.
Okay, so I was wrong there. 20% still a big number.
Exhaust fluid supply. Also,
EEF, DEF.
similar to my colleagues here, Pilot is facing a threat of severe reduction in rail service allocations.
Rail
Pilot, the
service.
reduction
Subsidized
allocations
rail in
are being
America.
imposed by
Can't
the
get
Union
them.
Pacific Railroad. On
April 13th, we were informed by the Union Pacific that we were required to reduce shipments by 26%. In subsequent conversations, we were asked to reduce them even further by 50% or face embargoes. We're not aware of any other company being instructed by the Union Pacific or any other railroad to reduce their shipments to the extent they're asking Pilot.
Well,
we understand through conversations with the Union Pacific that its allocations are based on a simplistic approach of looking at those shippers who have increased their number of shipments between January 2022 and March 2022. This does not take into account the overall number of shipments received at Pilot's facilities, which, by the way, have remained static over this period. We believe the Union Pacific's approach does not fairly and proportionately allocate the supply issues, because Pilot has not increased the total number of cars it's received every month since January. What's actually happened is Pilot has become a shipper on for some cars that we were not shippers before. So our facilities are still receiving the same number of cars. It's just the name of who's shipping has changed because we've taken control over some of the cars because of the issues we've had with the railroads, so that we have the optionality to deliver these cars in markets that they can take, right? So the total number of cars has stayed the same. We understand and appreciate that the current market conditions are imposing significant constraints on the railroads, and we're committed to help ease this congestion. However, 26 to 50% reduction in our allocations will have substantial consequences for the markets. I would like to take this opportunity to take you through a few of the consequences that Union Pacific's mandate will have on the supply chain, the availability of fuel, and fuel prices.
And this is home heat and fuel.
First, let me talk about
this is diesel,
chain.
DEF.
Just as a reminder, we supply about 30% of the DEF in the United States.
Oh, 30% of DEF,
sector
which is an astronomical number.
All trucks manufactured after 2010 cannot operate without DEF. And Pilot operates, if not the largest, one of the largest DEF supply networks in the country. We have 23 rail-served DEF facilities that make the DEF, and we have 18 rail transloaders. Of the 300 plus million gallons of DEF that Pilot supplies to the industry every year, 74% is moved via rail. Union Pacific's restrictions will prevent Pilot from keeping many markets adequately supplied with DEF, likely causing shortages.
So you understand after 2010, your truck shuts off. You want to keep going? I want to go see DEF, how to override.
Carries 21,500 gallons of DEF on average. Okay. A single truck generally takes in 7 gallons of DEF every time they fill. This is based on that data. So that implies that a single rail car is basically providing 3,000 trucks worth of DEF fills. For some more context, basically every rail car that gets missed in terms of DEF delivery will reduce trucking potential by 5 million miles. All right, really big number, 5 million miles. Because you've got 3,000 fills, and DEF blends with diesel at a ratio of 2.7%
in my truck.
Gallons. All right, so 2.7 gallons of DEF allow a truck to drive 100 to use 100 gallons. Furthermore,
100 gallons, 5 miles to the gallon.
Transported by the UP will only add
Let's go
additional
see this. I've been interested in this. How to bypass DEF yourself. Ease check to save road services, truck speed drops below. Oh, so the truck speed will evidently drop below 10 miles an hour if you run out of DEF. So the truck will not shut down. Let's go see what this guy's got to say. I think this is going to be pretty important.
Tonight, your body clock is 3 time zones ahead, so you're up early.
Hey guys, this is Hafiz. Today I'm going to show you a trick that you can use just to get back on the road and make it to the repair shop and to save road service. So as you can see, the truck have all the check engine lights and the stop engine light, and also the deaf engine light is on, and you see the code on the computer screen. So the truck is derating and need a regen, and I tried to do the regen a couple times and it didn't work. So what is it? It dropped the speed down to 55 miles per hour, and then slowly it dropped down to 5 miles per hour, and you can drive more than that. So how can you drive more than 5 miles per hour is a very simple trick. All you have to do, try to regen the truck and all that, and if it works, good. You can use a force regen with a device. If you don't have that, and you still need to make it to the shop, all you have to do, just get under the truck and follow the drive shaft. When you're under the truck, make sure stay away from the exhaust pipe because it's going to be too hot, and make sure your truck is off and your brakes are pulled and you chop your wheels, all the safety measures, and then follow the drive shaft. Is going to be connected to the transmission. On the right side, you will see a small plug is connected to the transmission. As you can see, I had that disconnected, but you can connect it and disconnect it from here. So with this problem, you have to disconnect it from this point. So this is a speed sensor. If you disconnect this from here, it's actually going to trick the computer, and the computer is not going to be able to control the truck with the 5 mile.
So it's a speed sensor, but I'm confused.
Able to drive more than that. So once
Oh, you just unplug it.
Plug, you can go back into your truck, and you can see that all the check engine lights and everything should be gone, and you should be able to drive. And this trick is only for making it to the nearest shop, and you can get your problem fixed over there. Once you disconnect the speed sensor, your speedometer is not going to work. So you have to look at the GPS or your phone to follow the speed limits. And,
yeah, but the TAC works.
Shift according to the
69
RPM,
mile an hour,
look at the
2100 RPM.
If it's automatic, it's good. But
Fuck, that's all you need.
Your speedometer is not going to be working. But hopefully it's going to get you back on the road.
Well, what's weird is it didn't clear the code.
Shop. And I would say,
I mean,
you're going to save a lot of money from the road service. And if you're stuck,
I think this is a Freightliner. I think that's what it says.
Subscribe to the channel and share the video with friends.
I'll give you a thumbs up. Speed sensor. There you go.
The next one. Bye.
You guys in survival mode, you need to learn this shit. That's if you can get diesel. And you, you're bugging out or whatever. EPA allows dealership to legally override their sensor in Kenworth and Peterbilt. Huh. I was looking for some. Feeling the DEF tank wrong since day one. How to fill diesel exhaust fluid. Bypass. Well, we buy a 98 Dodge,
Send a notice with Level Set today so you can get paid. Level Set is
if
the
I was
fastest,
to drive a diesel
easiest,
truck,
and most reliable notice service in America. Don't be the
you
person
gotta fuck around with this shit.
because you didn't send.
And all the other
Alright guys,
bullshit.
so this is the truck that was bypassed, and as you can see, all the smoke, the dirt on the side of the engine is black everywhere because this hose, as you can see, this hose
What the fuck are you tripping, dude?
You can see all this is very soft.
Oh, no, it says fresh deaf. This one's talking about having an expiration date. We'll see what this is. Maybe he's going to tell us what it is.
This one was a stupid mistake. So if you have one of these, a diesel truck,
I think they're ugly as shit.
what this is.
I think the 90s were really slick looking.
Failure. How it cost us $330. So as many of you know, Lynn and I and our granddaughter Carrie are getting ready to head off Sunday for a 5,000-mile round trip to go to the Grand Canyon. We're really, really excited about it. As part of getting ready for that, we've been working on packing. We actually purchased a new RV. We've had our Ram 2500 diesel truck for 3 years now. It's been a great truck. We put new tires on it. We've done lots of things. Last week when we were out, I told Lynn that since we were heading so far, it would be a good idea if we went ahead and filled up the DEF. And for those of you who don't know what DEF is, it's the diesel emissions fluid, I think is what it stands for. It's basically urine. And it makes
You believe this? Urine.
smell, and it's supposed
Cow
to be
urine.
better for the environment. But I told her that we probably needed to not use the Walmart brand of the DEF and fill up with the name brand, which is sitting beside of me here. It's made by Peak. It's called Blue DEF. You'll see these boxes all over campgrounds. And people with diesels carry these things around.
What a shame. All that fucking
Notorious for going
plastic.
bad. They're notorious for having a short shelf life. So if you're going to put this in your truck, let me tell you what happened to us. Shelf life.
You can't see. The shelf life in months decrease the high ambient temperature. So it says 6 months for 95 degrees. So if you're loading this shit up, I wouldn't even waste your time. I would learn how to get the fucking bypass done if it's going to get that bad.
You're going to put this in your truck. Let me tell you what happened to us. So here I am. I'm thinking we need to protect this. We're going on this long trip. So instead of spending not quite as much in getting the Walmart brand, we decided we would just get the most expensive brand, which is the DEF, made by Peak. So we did that. I brought it home, and even though I had about a half a tank already still in there, filled it up the rest of the way, and I thought, as my Canadian friends would say, Bob's your uncle, we're ready to go. About 300 miles after we put this DEF in, the check engine light on the truck went off. So I thought, oh gosh, I've got water in the fuel again. So last Thursday, there were a few things still left on the maintenance list for the truck. We needed to get the air filter changed, and we needed to get the fuel filters changed. So I went to a local place to do that. And while I was there, I had them double check the codes that were showing, because I felt like the engine light was probably just water in the fuel.
Yeah, I
This
get
time
that.
it showed that we had a DEF issue. And sure enough, on the way home from getting the air filter and fuel filter changed, it flashed up a warning that I could go 200 more miles, and then after that I could only go 5 miles an hour, that I had a DEF issue and I needed to see the dealer. So I read and did a ton of research, tried to do lots of things to fix it, disconnected
Just
the
to get you
batteries,
in the shop,
did everything I
probably.
could possibly do. It was a permanent error in there, and it wasn't going to go away. So I called and made an appointment Friday to go to our local Ram dealer and have some service done. That's when I got this bill yesterday, $328.27, because the DEF that I put in from Blue Def Peak was bad. They had to drain the tank. They kept a sample of it for me, but they had to drain the tank. They had to clean everything, take the tank off, completely dry it out, rinse it out, and put it back in. And it's been fine since I've done that. But I'm making this video because,
sometimes you take a lot of precautions and you do things differently when you do that sometimes. And in this case, I bought the name brand instead of buying the Walmart brand. And apparently the Walmart brand flies off the shelf. These guys don't fly off the shelf at Walmart. There's a way to check the code to see if it's out of date, and I'll do that from now on. There's also a little strip you can get to check to see how, I don't know the right word for it, how much pee is in the water in these DEFs, so that you know they're actually working and doing what they're supposed to do. And I plan to check that from now on. But I put this in my Ram truck, and within 24 hours of doing that, I had to spend $328 and be without my truck for 3 days. I think that's a lesson learned. I know we're looking forward to going to the Grand Canyon, and we're doing everything we can possibly do to make sure the trip is successful, and I think anybody in their right mind would. But I do caution you, if you put DEF in your diesel engine, there are a lot of things you learn the hard way. This is one of them for us. This is a $330 tuition for us to know that the name brand doesn't
I didn't know that.
It's the best. You might want to just keep doing what you normally do. Many of you may have suggestions of what other folks can do to keep
override the fucking death.
Put those comments down below. If you have videos that relate to this same subject, I hope had this happen,
I've heard this. This is just cow urine.
6,000 miles, so I'm pretty sure.
So you get your buying cow urine.
But until then, we appreciate you checking in with us. Hope you'll subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done that. We hope you'll check back often, and we'll be sure to put what we learn and what we experience out here for you guys, so that you can learn from our stupid mistakes.
I want to go back to overriding this thing. In my VW, how about that? How about in my Audi? Let's do an Audi. Let's see if I think I'll bypass DEF, easiest check, save road, service if truck. No, I said Audi. Not in my Freightliner. Add blue versus water. What happens if you use... ECM calibration. Chevy Silverado. This is workaround fix. Safe mode. DEF would kick off a safe mode on it. Oh no, I never seen that at the pump. Look at that, 275.9 a gallon. Ain't that something? Bypass 5 mile SCR system for free. All right. I'd be a little interested in this one.
Roofers are furious.
Roofers are furious.
Replace your whole roof in as little as 8 hours. And right now, we're looking for home.
Thanks for joining me again today. Interesting one. A little bit of an experiment in a way. Now, recently I went into a friend's garage. He'd got a job in, which was an AdBlue problem. So he got a car in there with an AdBlue issue. Couldn't figure out what was going on. Took some investigation, which led us to come to this little test. Now, luckily my mate, he's got a car that we can try this on to see what the symptoms are, to see what happens, and see if it's possible. Can you put water in an AdBlue system rather than the AdBlue? Will the car run? Will it register? Or will it fail? So let's crack on with this little test.
Yeah, let's get going now.
So what is AdBlue? AdBlue is demineralized water and 32% urethane. Being of an inquisitive mind,
That is really weird.
this is going to
It's
work.
32% piss. The rest is water for $2.79 a gallon. You got human beings buying piss?
I think so. These tanks use like an ultrasound level sensor. So, not sure. Don't know. We put the water in the tank. It comes up, and straight away the van registered 5,000 miles. So it had registered that it filled the tank up, and the water had registered on the AdBlue system. So we set off. We drive the van. 100 miles, 200 miles, 250 miles later. Everything was going absolutely swimmingly until the dreaded warning light came on.
Huh.
So somehow the system realised or knew that what was in the tank wasn't AdBlue. Now, the only thing that I can think of is the sensor, the ultrasound sensor, because there is a lot of trickery in the bottom of these AdBlue tanks. There's a control unit in there. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure of what it registers and how it actually registers it. I know there's an ultrasound sensor, but I just thought that would measure the air gap in the top of the tank. But somehow it knows that the content or the water that's in there isn't AdBlue. It's because this has got a slight cloud. When you put a light through it, it has a wavy effect, whereas water doesn't. Water's quite clear, isn't it? Anyway, there's a reason. It knows this isn't AdBlue. It's put the light on and it's given us limited mileage. It isn't gonna restart. The van was running absolutely fine. Didn't affect the running of the van, but it obviously affected the emissions, which then has caused it to put it into this 500 miles countdown, and you're not going to restart after 500 miles. Drained the system down, refilled it with AdBlue, plugged in the EOBD reader into the fault system, and completely cleared out all the faults that were in there. But the AdBlue was still not registering. It was still saying there was a fault in the system, and that it would need a service, it would need dealer attention. So I'm thinking, how can we reset this? How can we get it to work? Does it need a dealer computer to reset it? Is our system not good enough? Continue to use the vehicle. And again, it seems to be the 250 miles is the time it takes for the sensors and stuff in the system to register what's going on. Is it going to sort itself out, or is it going to need more attention? After 250 miles, the system sorted itself out. It knew AdBlue was back in the tank. It reset it to 5,000 miles. Happy days. Everything was good. So that's the catalogue of events of what happens if you put AdBlue in, and if you are in a garage and somebody's done this, and you've cleared the system out, you've refilled it with AdBlue, and yet you've still got this fault in there. It took 250 miles of driving the vehicle to actually get it to register what was in the tank, for it to recognise what was in there, and everything has been fine. The vehicle has been driving, absolutely perfectly since, and it's been absolutely fine. It's an interesting one. This is kind of it's a reasonably new scenario of faults that we're seeing with these AdBlue systems, and obviously people are going to try. I'm inquisitive. I wanted to know what would happen, and that is what happened.
What if you save your piss and put 30% of your own piss in there? What if it registers the ammonia? What if you put ammonia in it?
They wouldn't run the car for 250
Does the shit got color to it? Throw some food dye in there. Right? I would think that's what it's picking up is the ammonia. What was the other one? do one more in here. Yeah.
You kicked off your study session with a lo-fi playlist, but now you really need to focus. Turn your phone screen off, but keep your music on. Try our student plan. When the room calls, we answer.
Oh yeah.
Hello everyone, this is Cam. Welcome to my channel. Today in this video I'm going to show you how to fix your car if it goes to the save mode. So basically, as you can see, it's written save there. That means the battery's car gone 100% flat, and it deactivates or activates the immobilizer, so it doesn't let you to start the car basically. So even though you can't do it with the jump starter, I've connected the jump start there, the booster, but it's not starting. So let me show you what's exactly happening. So if I try to start the car, that's it, it's not starting. It's not going to start. So in this video I'm going to show you how to fix that. So don't go anywhere. I will see you guys in 15 seconds. Hello everyone, welcome back. So what I did is I left the jump starter on for like 20 minutes because the battery was completely flat. And as you probably heard before, the alarm was on. So it's gone off now. And then let's see if it starts. So with your key, you have to turn off and on the ignition a few times to sync it with the key. And then press down, try start. There you go. All done. So the car started now, guys. So that's how you normally do it, and you don't need any OBD reader or anything to do it.
I don't understand that. You didn't show us how to fucking you jump start for 20 minutes. Throwing codes in your box truck. I didn't see this one.
So today I ran into a problem.
Tractor trailer
As you
again.
can see,
Look at that shit on the screen.
yep, 5 miles an hour. So give it gas. It goes up to 1400, and that's it. So now I'm gonna show you
130 mile an hour.
how you can get yourself out of this situation. First of all, let's clear this thing. Let's turn off the engine. So, driver's side, that's your clutch. With this penny, you want to put it in here, turn it counterclockwise. And this panel comes out. Here you have your instructions, diagram, all the fuses, but since I did all the work, you don't have to use that. So, let's zoom in. Put your head in here, and to pull this harness back. And if you look in there, towards the top, there's a red fuse. That is a 10 amp. And I guess I must have put it upside down. Anyways, that is your ABS. If you take this fuse out,
Oh, this is an
it's very
ABS
simple.
one.
I just took it out. There it is.
Wonder what that fucking thing costs.
If you pull this out,
$9, $10 each for a
you start the
fuse
truck,
nowadays.
you will have an ABS light, but that's okay.
Oh yeah.
And guess what? Now you can, your truck will go over 5 miles an hour. Actually, I was doing 68, I believe. I am empty, so I'm not loaded. You won't have a lot of power, but you can still move. So that's all it takes. And when you get to your destination, whatever, dealer or shop, turn off the engine, put the fuse back
Yeah, but that was, I'm trying to. Oh, man. How about make your own death? I wonder if you can just piss in it. Deaf. Fluid. Nothing. How we make, this is only 2 minutes. Oh, yeah.
One simple but brilliant trick to cool your home in 90 seconds.
Oh, yeah. If you're in the desert, that will work.
Stuffy rooms
Don't try doing that up here.
Hi. So this is the Sianda AdBlue manufacturing process. Today I'm going to walk you through the whole process step by step. Behind me are the raw water tanks. First step is to ensure that these raw water tanks are filled with raw water. In the next step, we want to make sure that the air compressor is running and that there's enough demineralized water in the 2 demineralized tanks in the back. The next stage involves the water filtration system, which is this system right here. First step is to turn it on. Next, we're going to go to the low pressure pump 2 stage.
Yeah. Ain't quite what I was saying.
Production 1 stage, turn this to on. Production.
Uh, 8 minutes. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at here. Cocaine production? What is this shit? Going Machine Company. Urea. AdBlue making machine. Wow. Ammonium nitrate. Ah. That's what I think it is. I think you put water in some pure ammonia. You better start thinking, and that's only if you can still get diesel. Death fluid, we're out. Shortage coming. This will stop truck in the supply chain instantly. 13 minutes. You want to get all paranoid about this? 10,000 U.S. trucks already stopped. Worldwide death shortage and death census shortage. Oh. So these sensors probably wear out or some shit on a time scale.
Hey guys, I am back with Sage at Sage News. What's up? Hey, how's it going, buddy? we're going to talk about DEF fluid and the shortage thereof.
Very nice.
What the heck's going on with diesel? Because this is going to affect everything that we're going to do this summer, and I'm planning on. We don't know if it's going to be there, and that has been. I don't want to say enough, but has woke up and has been able to do this. Roll your Roth IRA or your 401k over into precious metals. We're taking huge swaths out of the market to you, and get your take on each part of it, because you've really got your missions. We all agree on that, right? Correct. All right. So right now, here's where I'm not sure that you probably will be. Right now, Russia is the largest exporter of urea by a wide margin.
Joe Biden and
China
his
are tied
fucking
third. Both Russia and China
shit.
have decided to no longer export urea. On top of that, India is the largest manufacturer of urea in the world, even though they consume most of what they make. What little they would export, they no longer do. They are now stopping the exploration of any and all urea mines. Oh, no, minus a deal they cut with Sri Lanka. So we're on track. This is all facts.
Yeah, I actually did a video on this. So to kind of give a quick reference, the EPA forced trucks to run the DEF system, and the DEF system, it's better for better environment, cleaner air, and so on and so on. So I actually did a story a long time ago that we were getting bad DEF. They were probably diluting it more with water and less urea, and urea has a higher flash point for it to burn. Well, that's kind of the chemistry. But what was happening is there's a sensor inside the truck that will let the truck start and run if it has it in there. If it doesn't, the truck will not run. It will downgrade itself and it won't run. So urea is a fertilizer. Okay, so a lot of countries, because of the fertilizer problems and the farm stuff, a lot of countries have said, hey, I'm not giving you my urea. You're going to have to figure it out yourself, right? Russia was a big one. Qatar, just like you said, India was. Besides Sri Lanka, besides that, India sent them, I think it was like 65 million metric tons. They're holding back and not giving this up because they need this stuff for fertilizing their crops. So there was just a recent report from the Surface Board, basically the Surface Land Board, that the CEO of Flying J and basically questioned, and he explained.
Can I read that to you? That's the third paragraph of this article.
Yeah, go ahead.
Flying J is the largest service provider for trucks around the United States. I'm sure you've seen their massive gas stations when traveling around the country. Flying J gets 70% of their DEF fluid from shipments via Union Pacific Railroad. UP has single-user access to fertilizer plants that urea DEF fluid comes from now. No other rail provider has access to these distribution points. This means Flying J cannot go around Union Pacific. Union Pacific is in charge for a reason I'm going to mention in a few paragraphs. Is that on par?
Correct. Yep. But there's many articles explaining this. The letter was released basically saying that, hey, you have to back down 20% of your
26 and then 50.
Your DEF fluids.
Well, these guys are covering that too.
That was from the UP. That was from the Surface Management Board committee. That basically they went into a lot of that. Yep. Still on par.
All right. So Flying J provides 30% of all DEF consumed in the United States. UP has told Flying J to reduce their shipments by a whopping 50%, and if they do not, they will be completely embargoed. That would, in effect, bankrupt Flying J. This means that 50% of all DEF consumed by truckers in the U.S. is no longer available.
Correct. It was actually 20%. He might have messed up his numbers, but I think it was not 15, but 20%. So it's a little bit more. So basically, like I said, urea is made to
form DEF. Urea is a fertilizer. Lots of countries are pulling back on that. I believe we're also pulling back on that, and it's becoming an option that do we use the urea to fertilize crops or do we use the urea to move the trucks? Now, what can happen with the trucks is the trucks can be deleted. So that system can be deleted. It's not legal right now, but it can be done. If a truck's caught being deleted, the EPA can come in and find them.
Because I think Massachusetts is the only state right to work.
I don't own one single truck.
That means you can. I think down there, you get a VW. They got to give you the program and sell you the program.
What happened with that? So if you were going to choose,
but these scumbags,
they choose to use it as fertilizer rather than DEF fluid because there's a fix for the DEF fluid. There's no fix for fertilizer, right?
Right.
So, and in my opinion, again, this is not what it's not for sure is why they're pulling back on that. I believe is because it will be needed for crops and it will be needed for that. They're not saying that as of right now, but they are going to places like Flying J and saying, hey, you're going to have to cut back. So if now the only issue is that if the EPA doesn't step up and say, hey, you guys can run your trucks, go ahead and delete that system. Take your truck to a mechanic. We're going to give you a software update. We're going to let these guys bypass that system for now. It's a state of emergency. We're fine. If they don't do that, trucks will not be able to run without it. So you're really going to see how this is going to pan out if it's, in my opinion, if they're pulling back on that and not deleting trucks, it's a planned situation.
All right. So I remember back when this thing came out, nobody wanted it. We're having a lot of regen problems just in personal trucks, I'm sure, on the 18-wheelers too. How costly is this to delete? What's the big deal?
Well, when it's not technically something you want to do, I believe I don't know on a personal truck. I don't know, but on a tractor trailer, it would range $1,500 to $2,000 possibly on some of per truck, when it was not supposed to be done, right? Now, prices are going to go up with supply and demand if it's allowed to be done. Let's just say, because that's just the way it works. Hey, you can't get it done. You want it? Fine. Come on. So that's usually the range of deleting it. Now, the other issue is that depend on the deletion, you can't just do that to a truck. And this is all, I'm not saying for anyone to do this because it's not legal right now, but we don't know how the trucks will operate if it's just a software deletion. Like there are hardware parts in there that work properly when the system's working properly, right? There's filters and things like that. So there are some things that also have to be done mechanically to make sure that it doesn't work. Now that's going to go against what, the EPA and a lot of things like that. But without urea, I actually played, if you check out my video that I did on this, I actually played back in November that in Korea, their trucks ran out of it. And the military had to rush in and bring some in. And the trucks were going into gas stations and fuel. They were only given like a 5-gallon jug of it to fill up. There was trucks were lining up. I actually did a video. It was a news article from Korea and the only trucks that were allowed to use it were trucks that were picking up at the ports and so on and so on. So it became a situation in Korea that this did already happen once, that they ran out of it and trucks were running out of it and couldn't run. If it's something that happened here, we are on a much bigger scale in regards to, South Korea basically running that. So it could be a problem depending on how the government handles it. Now, in my opinion, if this is a situation that other countries are holding it, they should have already made the decision to allow you to bypass that system, right? It should be. It shouldn't be done when trucks are parked. It needs to be done before we run out.
Unless you're trying to collapse the economy.
Correct.
Unless another country's calling the shots and they're selling us down the river. I'm just saying. If you haven't hit the like button, please do this. That will share this message. It's like almost the most kindest thing you can do for me and Sage. And if you hit the share button,
That's the trump card. That really boosts this message out and gets people on, because we're going to run out of death fluid, and this is going to stop trucks, and it's going to be a knee-jerk reaction, like it's always is. You know, they wait till something happens, and then they, you know, come up with something to do that's probably going to be the wrong thing if I know anything about our government. So they're going to make the wrong decision first, and that's going to make things worse, and then they'll come up with whatever they have to do because people are riding the streets. I don't know.
This is going to be
But it seems
bigger
like it's
than
going to be a lot
9/11 combined by 10.
And Sage, I'm going to let you go. I want to try to keep these videos short because our next video is going to be pretty in depth about diesel fuel. And I really appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. Make sure you hit the share button. You're going to see a copy link button. Click the copy link and then do nothing with it. YouTube doesn't know if you copied it someplace or not. But definitely do that. That actually puts more of an algorithm in there. And,
really?
Yeah, that'll push your video out. Yep.
Well, if you got it copied, go over to Facebook. Hit it on groups and your page. People need to know this because, man, it's, you know, and I'm bad about it too. I'm bad about remembering to hit the like button. I'm bad about remembering to say it, hit the like button. But the truth is, if we're the only people that do good, we're going to do really freaking bad. We need a bunch of people to do good that are like us. And the people that watch us are like us. You know, and so that's why it's so important. Hit that. Go through the motions, hit the like, go share it, copy that, do all of it, because it will help this get out, and we can all be prepared.
Better stop playing around like water and ammonia. I think ammonia might kick it off.
Many people, it's just a few of us that do good. Absolutely. Thanks, brother. I'll catch you.
See if he don't answer.
Thanks, guys, for watching. Later.
Anytime.
See if he answers.
Babe!
What?
I got a letter from
He
Jeff
does.
Bezos.
Let's go.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I know what it is. Ooh. It's my monthly paycheck from Audible.
$1,200. You got paid $1,200 by Audible this month?
Yeah, I did. And every single month, he sends me a check in the mail. If you don't know what Audible is, it's actually owned by Amazon, which is one of the biggest marketplaces in the world. But instead, Audible is where you can buy podcasts or audiobooks. The first time I heard about this was actually 3 years ago when I met Christian. Christian showed me how he was using Audible and how he was replacing his full-time income by just putting up these audio files on Audible. So he showed it to me, and then pretty much in a few months, I started doing the same thing, and it allowed me to quit my full-time job. Then I taught the same process to my mom, and my mom is making about $900 a month right now, and I'm even teaching it to my little brother so that he can pay for college. I want to show you how I was able to do this, but obviously this is an ad. If you click the link below, you'll be able to attend a free training where we walk through a very simple 4-step process on how you can do the same thing for yourself. And the best part is it's very beginner-friendly. I knew nothing about online business or even that you could, sell things online. And I was able to make it work. My mom has no business experience. She doesn't even speak perfect English, and she was able to make this happen. And my brother is 18, and he's doing this. So this really is for anybody, no matter where you are in the walk of life. So click the link below. You'll see a link to attend a free training. All you have to do is put your email in, and you will have immediate access to this free training. It's very short, no strings attached. And if you stay until the end of this free training, you actually have a lot of free bonuses that you can take and start acting on right away.
Running out. Oh, here we go.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today, I wanted to do it for a while. It's going to be basically on deleting your diesel truck. It's going to be pros and cons. It's going to be common misconceptions. I'm going to answer a few questions I've gotten about deleting your truck. Some people don't even know what it is. So this video is going to kind of go over everything. I'm going to do my best to cover with the stuff like that. So like and subscribe.
Yeah.
To cat, that's your DPF. And then it goes out to your tailpipe. So just kind of showing you visually what it does. Here's my finger. Put it in here. It's black. Now if we go to the tailpipe, we'll use my other finger. Rub it in there. It's clean. So that's kind of what this does. It collects all that crap and it doesn't let it go into the atmosphere. Now you also have diesel exhaust fluid. What diesel exhaust fluid is it actually is a fluid that injects into your factory exhaust when it's doing a burn. It heats up and it burns with that DEF fluid, and the burning cleans out all the stuff that your DPF filter has collected. It burns it all out just to kind of keep it clean so that your fuel mileage doesn't completely shit the bed. So then, if that's your emission system, then what is a delete? Well, a delete is basically just
There you go. What a pretty
all
truck.
that stuff and running without it. Just like if you had a truck from 2005, didn't have any of that stuff on it, that's what doing a delete is. So there's 3 steps to a delete. First step is you have to have a tune. You have to program the truck to run without the emission system. If you don't have a tune and you just think you're going to rip that stuff off of your truck, well, you're going to go into limp mode and your truck's just not going to run. It's just going to say, go to the dealership, something is wrong with me. So first thing is tune. Second thing, as soon as you tune it, you got to get rid of your factory exhaust system, because without the computer telling your truck to go into regen or to do the DPF burns, it's going to plug up and you're going to have a huge restriction in your exhaust and you're going to cause some serious engine damage to your truck. The third thing is your EGR system. So your EGR system actually gets deactivated with the tune. So a lot of guys just leave it on the truck because, especially on Duramaxes, it is not fun to take off. It can be expensive and it's just a pain in the ass. So you can leave your EGR system on the truck and just unplug it. And with it being deactivated, as long as EGR valve, which is what limits how much exhaust goes back into your engine, as long as your EGR valve is functioning properly, it will remain closed. Once you tune it, theoretically not letting any exhaust gas back into the engine. This is actually an EGR valve off of a 6.7 Cummins. This is how it sits on the engine. So the exhaust gas it sits on the intake, so the intake is underneath it. The exhaust comes in right here, and then underneath, this is actually, you can kind of see in there, I don't know, it's going to be hard, but there's a valve that kind of slides back and forth on it, and that's what, when the valve opens up, it lets the exhaust go down into your intake and then into your engine. So like I said, when you do the tune, this should be deactivated and it should stay shut, theoretically not letting exhaust gas back into your engine. So now that we know what emission systems are and we know what a delete is, let's talk about should you do it, yes or no, and why, I guess. So some reasons why I would say yes, you should. Now remember, first of all, let's talk about why you shouldn't do this first, actually. First of all, this is illegal. In most places, this is illegal to do. If you do a delete, it's only supposed to be for, off-road use only, like if you're building a drag truck. So that's a huge thing. The reason why you shouldn't delete your truck is because it's illegal. That is probably the main reason why you shouldn't. Okay, second reason, voids your warranty. Can't forget about that. So when you delete your truck, you remove that stuff that it was designed to run with, and you reprogram the ECM. Well, now your warranty is gone. It's out the door. I have heard of a few small town dealerships that still say they will warranty it, but if they do say that to you, I would really recommend that you get it in writing or in an email or something, because they're not called a dealership for no reason, and they will always try to screw you over. So those are 2 really big reasons why you should not delete your truck. Now, if we talk on the flip side, why you should, well, the number one reason.
Hey, where you been?
If you only list your vacation home on
You were asking about Dearest Dawn. She's doing all right. She's taking a break from YouTube.
But if you list it on Vrbo,
And I had your mind when I gave her a call because I said a few people were asking about you. How are you doing? I can't get my peppers to green up.
Become a Vrbo host today.
They're still in pots. I don't know whether to... I really don't know what to do. Oh, no way. Happy birthday. Excellent. I forgot about that.
Including her type 2 diabetes, but she's found new ways.
We're just looking around on this DEF that you're going to add in diesel trucks.
I'm going to say why you should delete your truck is strictly reliability. Basically, every single current diesel truck that I see or hear about that has engine issues probably about over 90%.
Indy
is all related to the
helping
emission
his
system.
dad.
So why
Indy.
trucks are at the dealership, why they're in limp mode, just all
In
that
the
is
ghetto.
emission system. There are so many components on that emission system, and it's just they don't work 100% yet, especially up here in Canada where it gets minus 40 degrees in the wintertime. Like, that stuff is not designed to run here. So that's
Yeah, how the fuck is Def run
you don't want to get stranded or stuck in limp mode, especially if you're
till Saturday? Wow. Well, you have a little alone time,
or something like
maybe.
that. You don't want to get stranded and be stuck with the dealer.
No,
Another
but
thing
that's
that
a
I know
good
too,
question.
you know,
How do
guys
they
that
keep this
have
shit
their
from
truck
freezing
into
if
warranty
it's
work
water
because of the
in your
emission
rear
system,
and
and the parts
urine?
are backward because they fail so often. So now their truck is down for
10, 20
2+
below
weeks,
zero. What do you do
waiting
about
for
that?
parts to get their truck running again, and the dealership's not getting a loaner vehicle or nothing like that. So they just don't have a vehicle. They spend $100,000 on a truck,
Yeah.
and then they have nothing to drive because it's at the dealership waiting for parts. So, like I said, reliability is the number
Church
one
of
reason, in my
Cannabis.
opinion, to delete a truck.
You guys get
The
your,
second reason I would say to
what's
delete
his
your truck
name?
is if you want it to sound like a diesel truck. You want it to
McStay,
have that whistle, that
McCaffrey.
growl,
What's
all that
the
stuff.
senator
The
running
only way to do it is
against
to delete it.
Todd
I know
Young?
some
Did you get a
companies
sign for
offer
him?
DPF back exhaust, but that's going to do absolutely nothing, and don't waste your money on it. Just because current diesel trucks, they don't come with mufflers anymore anyways, because the Cadillac converter and the DPF system, all that, it quiets the exhaust down enough that they don't have to put mufflers on the truck. So if you just get a DPF back exhaust, you're wasting your money.
Sorry
It's
about
already
that.
a straight pipe back from the DPF, so it's not going to sound any different. So that's another reason, is if you want your truck to sound different, you have to delete it. So a third reason that guys say all the time is fuel mileage increase when you delete your truck. I want to talk a little bit about that because that is kind of a misconception. It's kind of true, kind of not. Basically, if you have a truck that has a DPF filter, but it's pre-DEF fluid, so it is, it's before they came out with DEF fluid, you just have a DPF filter, and the only way to regen is just by driving on the highway, then yes, you're going to get a significant fuel mileage increase when you delete it. Just because as time goes on, that filter, your DPF is just going to get more plugged and plugged and plugged, restricting the airflow, and it's going to just get worse and worse on fuel. Now, what they did, because people were complaining about poor fuel mileage, is that's why they introduced DEF fluid. Now, DEF fluid, it gets injected into your factory exhaust, so it can burn out all that crap in your DPF to keep it clean and keep the air flowing out and keep your fuel mileage up. So current diesel engines are very fuel efficient compared to what they were when they first introduced the DPF. So will you gain fuel mileage? Yeah, you'll still gain a little bit if you delete your truck, but if it has DEF, like I said, it's not going to be a huge increase like it used to be on those pre-DEF vehicles. So keep that in mind. Another reason guys want to delete their trucks, they want more power, which is this one is a misconception in my opinion, because with the EPA cracking down on tuning companies and stuff like that, it's really forced them to start making emission compliant tunes, and you can tune your truck. It will actually increase your fuel mileage a bit, probably about the same as if you deleted it if it's a DEF equipped truck, and you can get horsepower gains with leaving your emissions on.
Yeah.
Dirty Diesel Customs, which is an awesome Canadian company, they took a 2018 Power Stroke, I believe. They got PPEI tunes. They dynoed it before, and then they left the emission system on it, and they dynoed it, and then they added the 35 horsepower emission compliant tune, and they dynoed it again, and they actually found that they gained 50 horsepower, and that was the only tune they tried, was just that first one, but they gained more than what was advertised on an emission compliant truck. Also, they said that it was regenning like 25% as much as what it was regenning before. So it was running better with the tune, more power and less regens. So you can get more power and be better for your truck without deleting the emission system.
Right.
Then just another common misconception. People say, "Oh, DEF diesel exhaust fluid, that's piss." No, it's not piss. You can look it up. It kind of resembles a little bit of piss, like urea is, I guess, kind of piss, but that's only a small percentage of it. Look up the chemical compound if you want.
What is urea?
But, DEF is not piss.
You know what
Just
that
so
is,
you know.
okay?
You can't piss in your DEF tank if you run low on the highway. Don't do it, you'll wreck it. So the EGR system in my opinion, would be a reason to delete your truck, because putting all that exhaust gas back into your engine is not good for it.
No,
It's gonna
and I agree with that. You know, my buddy from England worked on the old lady Toyotas, and that's the first thing they got. They didn't even come. You thought that was good video? I thought it was pretty good. They don't even come with them over there. Why would you take a gasoline engine, take filthy, dirty exhaust, and run it in your plenum? You know, I'll tell you what, I've had this plenum off probably 4 times since I owned it. And it's a good 4 hours trying to scrape all the shit out of there. We ain't burning no oil to talk about. All right, very good. We got almost 300,000 views on that. Good morning, everyone. I had made a trip one summer by pulling the cat off and run the whole truck with just cherry bomb and bypass the cat. I found no difference in fuel mileage. I couldn't even tell. I didn't dyno it, but I couldn't tell there was any better horsepower. So the thing's in there. It's working to do what it's supposed to be working. Leave the shit in there. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking miles and miles ahead when this. What do we got here? Homemade potato salad. Huh. Tim Dillon coming up. We'll be going live. This last one was really funny. Urea, also known as carbamide, major components in urine. It isn't. I heard back in the day, there used to be people collect urine in New England. Guy would come by with a big tanker truck, big tank, wooden barrel. They'd collect the urine, and then they pulled potassium, what is it? Saltpeter to make black powder. Is that pretty close? You might need to refresh. How's your weather going there, Dawn? Anything good happening for you? Well, I heard this a couple of years ago. If you go buy a new diesel, you're in backcountry and you run out of DEF fluid, basically you're fucked. I thought the engine shut down completely. 90s this week. Yeah, tomorrow is. We're 68 degrees right now. Tomorrow's, I think, supposed to go to 90. I can check. Well, according to this guy, it's going to go in limp mode, and it's going to give you 5 miles an hour. So I guess you wouldn't be stranded. It depends what, all right, hold on. It depends what, I mean, if you're climbing some big hills or something, is it still going to give you the power? The distance of the dudes. Oh, all right. We got some pictures to share. Oh, yeah. First Church of Cannabis. Holy shit, them fucking people out there must be going bullshit. Excuse me. Holy cow. Learn, create, grow, teach. I believe that. You know that? I believe in that 100%. If you're not laughing, it's sad. If you're not learning, it's sad. If you're not creating, it's sad. If you're not growing, it's sad. Teach those. I like that. Dude was holding out on you. What does he mean he was holding out on you? You found an ounce of grass hidden somewhere? Smack dab in the hood. Saltpeter you didn't know that? Well, that's the way I understand it. If I'm not mistaken, I think you dry it out and it ends up with a crystalline saltpeter. Oh, it's so close? Wonder if they do YouTube. When is this? Wednesday nights at 7:30. Maybe this is something we need to go live on Wednesday night. I like that, though. Look at that beautiful blue sky. Oh, yeah. We'll go listen to this. Give it a try. If you find a YouTube channel, let me know, all right? I don't know if they'll be able to go live on YouTube with all the restrictions now. Yeah? So when you walk in, do you got holy water there? Not a chemtrail in sight? Good. Ain't that a rarity? So what they do? CBD oil where you dip your fingers and then do the sign across bullshit? Imagine how gross that is. All them people sticking their hands in the shit. I didn't want to do it when I was a kid. Bong water, yeah. Well, I mean, think about that. The Catholic churches during Corona Bona, what were they giving? Like individual dip cups, little plastic cups to stick your fingers in, or was a well at each doorway? Yeah. This chick been fingering herself all night. She going to wash her hands. She come in there and do that. Yeah. I never understood that shit. I say shit's so filthy. Bong water. We got to think about health now and protecting us from Corona Bona. I don't know what you're talking about. No, that was Catholic. During my Catholic days. This is a Wikipedia. I don't feel like reading, really, but thanks, everyone else can go look. I like this picture, though. I'm really surprised they didn't blow it up, though. This is a right-wing Christian. Now, what was that one? Oh, no way. But we're looking for live. I'm gonna go write them. You need to go live, dude. We need a church on Wednesday night. I like your message. Catholic days. I don't think I got any pictures.
So I'm embarrassed to say
All
it's
the family pictures were lost. I got very few pictures. You know, you got cousins that when
Hansons are hitting the road, and wherever they go, they'll be about
Papa
10
died,
minutes
you
from a hotel
know,
by
they
window.
just fucking boarded them.
Soaking up
And
the sun and the
All rise for the deity does, and please repeat after me.
oh, this is like an Elvis guy.
Deity does it. Practice these in your daily adventures in life. Teach others to do the same. All right? Pretty simple, huh? All right, now here we are. Number one, don't be an asshole. Treat everyone with love as an equal.
Oh, this can't be for real, man. You got to do better than this.
The day starts with your smile every morning. When you get up, wear it first. All right, y'all are getting thrilled out there when I say it. Okay, I want you to know that I'm just getting goosebumps up.
What is this clown in the front?
All right, let's get down to 3. Help others when you can, not for money, but because it's needed.
W2.
Treat your body as a temple. Don't poison it with poor quality foods or sodas.
I like that. Thanks for not mentioning cigarettes. The fucking that sody pop has destroyed a lot of people's lives in this country. A lot of people's lives. 1 hour, 2 hours, 2, 11. Come on, man. What else we got? Oh, you want to just jump in here? They got to do a better job than that. Need some good audio. Oh, one of these Jimmy Dawes. Yeah.
Let's do this. It's a quickie. It's real simple. It's 3 words. The 3 most important words you should have in your daily vocabulary. 3 words we do not use enough. It's a simple prayer. You'll remember it the first time you hear it. Please repeat after me. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Going to church. Sweet.
I love you. I love you. That's it. Get a little bit of love in the room. Get things grinding. Get things happy. Get things going. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got the love going. Love going. Where are we going to go? Thank you for coming out on a very cold, bitter night. For those of you outside Indiana, we've joined you. We have snow.
candles. Oddly enough, they go with the 7 days of the week. And we have a lighter. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Live, love, laugh, learn, create, grow, teach are the focal points during the week that we sort of focus on. Who would like
Good
to
things
light
grinding.
the candles tonight? Anybody? Boom, we got the lights on.
What are you doing in my ears, dummy? What are you smoking there, boy? The church at night, the popo would ambush him.
He has been quoted saying, "A cannibal is a person who walks into a restaurant and orders a waiter. Even the police have an unlisted number. According to statistics, a man eats a prune every 20 seconds. I don't know who this fellow is, but I know where to find him." My neighbor has 2 dogs. One says to the other, "Woof." The other replies, "Moo." The dog is perplexed. "Moo? Why did you say moo?" The other dog says, "I'm trying to speak a foreign language." Yeah, ow.
Oh, no kidding.
It was him. People who live in glass houses might as well answer the door. Our Congress is the finest body of men money can buy. Ladies and gentlemen, Maury Amsterdam.
Well, he should have said men and women money can buy.
One of those. I love my testimony tonight from Galesburg, visiting family. Took a bus here from Indy today. On the way to the station, I saw mounds of cloth under a bypass in the center of the city. There were people sleeping under them. It was 4 degrees below zero by that time. During the bus ride at the second stop, a young couple got on the bus. She was wrapped in a Pink Floyd blanket. I gave her my winter coat and gloves, told him to pay it forward. The smile I got was worth more than gold, sex, and chocolate. I love you all. Better read. I'll never say that again. That wasn't.
You never go poor giving. I seen that one the other day. I thought that was
Better read
good.
this bill because I love you, babe. Safe trip.
My name's Erin. I love you. I'm sorry, I'm not usually like this.
I don't know what she's saying. I can't hear her.
Right now, my dad is going to nursing school because it's been his dream to be a nurse.
Maybe this is the kind of setup I need to get here. Maybe we'll grow the channel. What do you think?
Hi, I'm Joe. Well, if you haven't noticed on the news, there's been an opioid epidemic because Oxycontin is a pain relief drug, and many people are getting addicted to it. And then we can't get enough addiction of Oxycontin, so they switch to heroin. And recently, I read it.
You like that?
I heard, and I want to confirm this, that Oxycontin deaths outnumber the deaths from violent gun shootings.
Nobody talks about that. You senators don't give a fuck, do they? Well, let's just pass gun control. You know what I mean? Let's just pass it. Yeah, ain't gonna do nothing, but let's just pass it. Bust balls.
Bad doctor with bad prescription drugs isn't
good doctor with a good position of drugs. It helps everybody out with not being a dick or asshole. And obviously, we can already see that it should be legalized, and making it illegal just destroy lives as what we've already seen on the stage, and for many other testimonials on the stage. So, with that,
I'm gonna psychologically think of that as a writing exercise. That's what I tell myself. But I know it's gonna suck if it happens. You know what I mean? Make the best of the worst. Thing is, when you're in an epic struggle with the universe, and basically you're on the bottom of the heap. I mean, really, right now we're effectively the way Christians were when they first started out, smoking in the catacombs, having to hide, worrying about being outed by neighbors. You know what I mean? It's pretty. It's a heavy load. It's a real heavy load. But it's also a just cause. And I think I screwed up enough already. I'm really ready to take the heat, to be perfectly frank. Ain't much more I can screw up. What, are you going to take away my credit rating? Nah, I'm ready to fight for it. I guess I'm ready for the sacrifice end of it, which is what comes up. We have to stand on the line. We have to decide whether or not it's worth having our voices heard. And it's scary sometimes. It really is. And a lot of times the scariest part of it is really more in our heads than anything. We build everything up. Here, the fact that they wasted ink on a ticket for such a tiny amount you couldn't even get burnt off of was pretty, I don't know, anticlimactic. But then I got to see everything how it worked, and I got to see where they make all their money off of this.
I like this guy, the way he's running his show.
Legality that they've hustled us on since, 1930?
He can go sit here for 4 hours flopping his gums and let other people talk.
On this whole thing and screw us all. That's the deal, man. This whole thing is a hustle. Nick, that's bullshit. That's bullshit of the nth degree. Are you kidding me? That's how people get killed. You start messing around with some real bad brothers who are dealing. There's some people you don't mess with, and you're gonna send them in to do that. That's crazy. That people feel like fucking with them back. I feel like cheating. Frankly, good for the goose is good for the gander. Maybe it makes you a little less honorable. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, the methodology of the people who are against marijuana legalization is horrible. It's an atrocity.
It is an atrocity.
Nothing but increasing their for-profit prison
it ain't
system,
an opinion.
which is the other thing that this whole thing.
Your federal government had no business being involved in that shit.
Sitting in those stupid alcohol classes.
You spent billions and billions and trillions of dollars, and it hasn't stopped nothing.
And that's the damn truth. Last one I sat in with, it was funny. I've been in rehab twice. I was once for alcohol.
Stand back 15 years before anybody in the country legalized at a state level.
Yeah, one of each.
All the hard shit.
One of each.
One fucking life sentence for 1 ounce or greater in the state of Nevada
I'll take that one.
in 1990s. And there are people serving a life sentence because they get caught. They didn't kill nobody.
And when I sat in those classes and realized what a joke it is, what a charade it is,
You think that's proper?
It's not bad either. But judges that own shares in for-profit prison systems,
there you go.
they have a vested interest in sending you to jail.
Pence, Bush's,
there's minimum mandatories in the population, and if they don't meet those mandatory minimums, then we get fined as a state. So it's quite a lot easier to keep you in jail or persecute somebody who's helpless and screw them and make sure we don't have to pay that money at the end of the year out of the state, because that's fair. That's what a real Christian nation would do. Makes me mad. It really, really infuriates me. I mean, the more I talk about this, the more I feel like I'm ready for a Friday night show. Tell you what, come out Friday night and see the Comedy Grinder. It's the last one for the year. I'm going to set some stuff on fire with my mouth. That's what I do. I'm going to talk some mad shit. You want to hear me talk some mad shit? Come on Friday night. Then I can be angry as I want to be about this whole situation, because this crap with Aaron, it's ridiculous. Petty people. A friend's mom. I mean, everybody's got a friend whose mom's kind of an asshole, right? Somebody? Anybody? Yeah, they're out there. Jerks. I mean, it's pretty nuclear to go that way. It infuriates me. It makes me want to have words with that person and explain to them why they're a horrible person. Humanitarianism is about love, but it's also about don't start a fight only finish it. And that to me, that's a started fight as far as I can tell right there. That's started, shots fired. So finish it. Anyway, I hope you guys have a good week. It's gonna get, and if you have people, and safe. I love you guys. And good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Granny J.
I am Granny J, and I love you all. Today I put out a post on Facebook that I needed help shoveling the walks and the ramp and all that, because I don't mind cleaning and I don't mind doing paperwork, but I've slipped and fell too many times. So being an old person, I thank you all. Sky, Tiffany, and Joe came over and shoveled, put down salt, and got it straightened around, and I appreciate it, because I'd already slipped one time today, and that was enough. Sammy, who you may or may not know, little Sammy, found a family for us to adopt for Christmas, and a 3-year-old daughter. And when I talked to him and Sammy talked to him, they were very concerned because they had managed to pay their rent and their heat and the water, and they were thrilled that they could do that this month, that there was nothing left to buy Christmas, and not really a lot of food for money. So after several conversations and asking, is there anything we can do for you, they gave me a very short list. Tyson is 14 years old, and a 14-year-old boy who's asked, what do you want for Christmas, who says, all of us to be together. So it took about 4 conversations with him for him to ask for anything. And his request is simple. He wanted a pair of khaki joggers in a size extra large, or plain t-shirts in a large, or a game shop gift card. He didn't ask for all of it. He asked for, could somebody give me one of these, please? Dylan's a 3-year-old female. She'll be 3 in March. Cute as she can be. I don't know what she thinks Santa is, but she thinks he's going to help the family no matter what, because he's Santa.
Thanks, Dawn.
And so any age-appropriate toy for a 3-year-old girl would be most appreciated. And when I asked Mother and Dad what we could do for them, they said they'd be happy if the kids each had a gift open. But when I pressed them, they said, you know, a gift card from a grocery store would make a big difference last week of this year.
The only problem with that is we don't do.
And for a family who's trying so hard and whose kids are so selfless,
great conversation.
I would be very pleased if you could help me do something for them. If you are inspired to help, please bring whatever you have that you want to donate to this family to the church between now and next Wednesday. I want to get it to them early enough that Mom and Dad can put those packages under the tree and mark them for Santa. And I just think that's very kind of Sammy, because we had a lot of people we talked to who wanted, everybody wants something. You know, I want a car, I need a house, I need this. But this family asked for so little that would change their world. And I was homeless with 3 kids for about 2.5 years. So I know what a little bit of kindness can help. And while that was many years ago, I have never forgotten. When you live hence with 3 kids through the winter in Indiana and you keep them in school and they're making A's and they're on the cheerleading team and they're doing everything right, and everybody in the community is afraid for you because they think you're going to die out there. Well, you take a mountain girl and put her in the woods in Indiana, we will survive. Now, 2 of those kids will never go camping again in their life, I guarantee you. Well, I gave it my best shot. So when I see a young couple giving it their best shot, my heart goes out. We have a lot of wonderful people in this church, and a lot of them don't have much themselves, but you have helped us so much. 2,700 pairs of socks for the homeless. A pickup truck of 32 contractor bags full of coats, blankets, and warm clothing for the homeless. Food we took to the mission They said we had enough food there to feed 40 people for 5 days coming from this little church. So Canatarians are very open-hearted, I think probably because we can relate to where people are in their life. There's nobody comes to this church that isn't broken in some way. Something broke their heart, their spirit, or their soul, and they came looking for like-minded people. And so we're all glued back together from our experiences. And it's very hard not to be empathetic and compassionate when you see a little bit of yourself in others. So while it's the holiday season, and I'm sorry, I'm not Christian, I will never call it Christmas, because there's so many holidays in December from so many faiths, and I don't really care where you go to church or what you believe, so long as you do it to the best of your ability. Whether you're Baha'i, Jewish, I don't care. Native American, I've sat with you all in temple and church and all kinds of places, and I would sit with you again because your intent is for the highest good for all concerned, and that's my belief. So thank you all for what you do. I know it's cold out. I know a lot of people didn't come out because of the cold. I certainly understand it. I don't want to leave the building because of the cold. I may not. So y'all have a wonderful week. I love you all, and I appreciate each and every one of you. And I hope you have a wonderful holiday, and please come see us on the Friday Night Grinder. You aren't going to believe what's going to happen.
Oh, come on. Can we milk one more? Hi, Mark. You made it. Thank you. Aha! I knew I could get you out of there.
Hi, my name is Christy.
All right. I hope this ain't a bore to anyone.
I love you guys too. Love you all.
We don't use the love
So
word.
it's been a pretty good week for me and my boyfriend.
I think so.
But you guys can send good karma, wishes, prayers, whatever to my father. He's actually had a stroke and he's trying to recover in a nursing home. So kind of being hopeful for that. But just want to come up here and tell everybody I love you. You're all special. I love being here, and we're gonna make it here as much as we possibly can because we love you guys. We love the church. We love Bill. We love Granny. We love Jerry. Everybody. I love you guys.
I dig the band. Let's hear it for the band, ladies and gentlemen. I like the added sound of the tinkle of the keyboard. It's very beautiful.
We got a chance.
We've never had a keyboard before, so I'm grooving on this.
Oh yeah, keyboard, nice.
Yay! Let's hear it for the keyboards, folks. Rockin'. And do you see that? He watered his ukulele and it grew up.
Oh, yeah.
Sky, nobody has accused anybody on this stage of ever being a grown-up.
Nope. Try not to grow up. Could be the
That
worst
includes
thing
the
ever
drummer.
done. If you're in a place that makes you get old fast, you should think about
Well, I love you
leaving.
all. Looks like we milked that, and we didn't have any dogs.
Yeah. New World Artists here, live and
Leave
well.
until next week. There it is, right in front of me. And if you have a tax donation you'd like to give before the end of the year, it's been inserted in every other line before, you know. All right. I've given my pitch on that.
So I was the only commenter in there. 70 people had watched this one video. I don't know what they got for subs. Get some of that old hippie music going. 347 subs.
Ladies and gentlemen, the One Love Orchestra. New and improved with keyboards.
Yeah, now you can be doing some love songs. Come ask them to go live on Wednesday night. How do I call them?
Alright. This is where, as a Kenitarian, and especially you people out on the internet,
I don't see a
we all
phone
know the
number.
power of love. We all know love is good. We all know that love is the all-curing power, and we should actually concentrate part of our day and focus on love. But this is the part of the service
2016.
where we try to get to remember the first kiss.
This is 2016, dude.
Remember your first love. Remember your first, trading card if you're into those things. Whatever you're into, remember the first time it happened, and it caused for a leap.
I remember the first time I seen the Rocky Mountains. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was snow-capped. I thought there was bad weather.
This is something if we focus on
And I
this on a
kept
regular
driving
basis,
and realized on the round earth, of course, that as I got closer and over the curve of the earth, the big old Rockies, boom,
every day,
start climbing.
it'll grow, it'll blossom, and it'll extend to others. So what we do in this part of the service is we try to focus on this point. This point in our soul or in our life, or right here in the human being part.
Yeah, this is really old.
And we try to
8 years.
focus on it and project it and send it out like that first time. And if we can do it like Iron Man.
Yeah, he didn't put a
find
phone
that
number.
energy and send it out the roof of this building. Because the energy of love will heal everything if we do it right.
Harry told me to call the
So let's focus on
call
love.
the senator and ask him what the deal is
what
with
we do
coal.
is
What are you going to do?
close our eyes during the
You don't give a fuck? I would like to know. Do you know the pastor's name? Well, it's got a 69 in the phone number. Neighbor to church. Look at me. What are you talking about? Do you want me to make this phone call or not? Don't confuse me now. Are we calling this church? And yes, all right. In case it goes well, we'll put the camera on.
Indianapolis, Indiana. We are located at 3400 South Rural. That is exit 107, Keystone exit off of I-65. We have services every Wednesday night at 7:30. Please join us. We open up at 7. If you need to talk to Bill directly, call 317-717-5097. Thank you for calling. Bye.
Hey, this is for anybody, Bill. I do a live stream, Radical Ralph Russo, on YouTube. And one of the ladies here from Indiana, great state of Indiana. Get rid of some of that political crap there. You'd be doing better. Anyways, our question was, we've been watching a couple of your videos here. And our question was, why don't you go live on YouTube? Set up some good audio, set up a good camera, go live on YouTube. We'll be there watching. It'd be a good way to spend lonely Wednesday nights anyways. Take care, Bill. How's that? They get a 1, a 2, or a 0. Thank you. I'd be rocking if I had my coal. All right. That's good. Only 2 people in the room, so that's pretty damn good percentage rate of approval. Yeah. Going to be big changes by the end of this month. July coming. You know what I mean? We're doing pretty good. I guess as good as I can be. And I think tomorrow we got a real shitty hot day here. Then it's going to cool down. I hope he don't go. Well, maybe he would. I mean, language don't seem to be a barrier with these people. No permit needed to conceal carry in Indiana. Tell us what you think. You really don't want me to tell you what I think. You really want me to tell you. Now, let's see this. This is NOAA. And I'm going to the website to find my forecast, and they asked me, thank you for visiting weather.gov. It's been I can't read it because I got lines going in the screen. Selected to take part in a consumer satisfaction survey. Feedback obtained. This surveys will help enhance our production and services here, I bet. Will you be able to tell me what the sky's going to look like 4 hours from now? I don't think we'll participate in that. I got a hazardous weather condition, though, up on the screen. Oh, good. They dropped it down. 86. So it's going to be 86 tomorrow, 77 today. Chance of thunderstorm on Sunday. What else we got here? Monday, sunny 79. That's about all I got. Hawkeye gave us this video. It's an hour long. We'll watch it in a little bit. Precision of the equinox. Well, I'll tell you what, the equinox was so precise that the Anastasi knew that thousands of years ago. They actually built, what is the one down there? Chaco Canyon. And all the walls line up on a Madrid line. It's pretty fascinating if you haven't never watched. What else we got here? New postings. How a butcher turns a cow into burgers. That's old school, and those are only for the wealthy. Now you just eat that fucking Walmart shit. Might be a little, but don't worry about it. Oppenheimer Ranch. Let's go see this guy real quick.
You see him in the chats all the
Great
time.
guy.
That's him right there. Downtown Dave.
Down in Vegas, 110. This kid's killing it, man. I'm glad you did. Wow, good for you. High
Because
five.
there's a fire down here last week, and they've already torn it all out. And he was showing me the pictures of them tearing it all out. There's Tony right there. Now, did they redo this? Because I don't remember that part.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember the Fremont, this part here. Is it the same? Yeah, I have to go back and look at something.
I remember Wonder Hussey walked down here. It was pretty interesting. Fremont was the original street. It's good. 251 watching.
Hey, Mags, how you doing? Thanks for coming in.
I don't quite understand why Wonder Hussey don't stop in.
Keo Blaze, how you doing? Thanks for being here.
Box.
Yep, me and Coach are going on a ride in the Lincoln. Maybe we should put DZ in the back seat.
Box
You put him in
of
the trunk like a Rule
grapevine
Vegas video.
chunks.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
We can sneak up on him with a bag, throw it over his head.
I mean,
throw it
just
in the trunk.
lengths of grapevine?
Thank you so much, Mags. I appreciate that. Mags XO84519. I'm sure that all means something, but I don't know.
It might be,
Soldier
something you
One,
could
how you
do.
doing? Thanks for coming. Well, I don't have a job anymore.
To use in a barbecue grill, smoke grill.
So we're trying to
Really?
do the full-time YouTuber thing to
I
survive.
never heard of that.
I'll figure it out one way or the other. I always do. It's not the first time in my life I've been laid off from a construction job. I'd say I'm sure it won't be the last, but I'm getting kind of old.
Yeah, you got laid off a
So
couple
that might
days
have been
ago.
the last.
Really?
All good things must come to an end.
I never heard of that. I like maple myself.
Giles, how you doing? Thanks for coming in.
We got to cook with some ironwood.
Oh yeah, it was a total surprise, Marianne.
That shit was unbelievable.
Thank you, soldier. Really appreciate you. Totally rock.
And I like maple.
I know you do, Yvonne. I know you do. Appreciate you. I can't see the phone screen, so let's stop at the trash can for a minute so I can catch up with you all. Then we'll head into the canopy.
Oh, Mother Range. I just watched a video this morning from another guy from Vegas, and he's furious. We should actually go play that. What time is it? We'll go watch a few minutes of that, I guess, if you want. But they handed out building permits, and ain't got no water.
Hopefully we see you on Fremont. I hope so. Hey, Darcy Mo, good morning to you.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds
Oh, no, I think they're doing a bit of
houses.
I don't know. I'm not privy to that information. Jeannie, they don't tell me that. Senior Hugo Messiah. Good morning, Mark. Cool, you're out early. Yes, thank you so much. Giles, doing my duty like, subscribe. Thank you for your show. Thank you for being here. How many years was I working there, John? I was there for 5 years. It's funny because I was in this thing called ESOP with my company, which is employee stock program type of thing. And it's always, every time they post a picture of you or talk about the employees, you're all owners, you're all owners, you're all owners. And all I can think of when I'm signing my exit papers are,
all right.
Owners don't get fired.
Put the phone on charge. Yeah, I talked to a few people yesterday. Wallace story sucks.
This morning, construction on the 15 between Mesquite
70
and Vegas
plus
so
years
bad.
old.
It'll be a while
His hip
before I get to
surgery
run away.
went
Yeah,
really
it's not
well,
good.
no problem. So they decided to do the other one.
I used to live
Well,
in
evidently,
Utah, in Cedar City.
he did really good coming out of the
Love driving through the gorge. It's beautiful, especially when the bighorn sheep are out hopping up.
coming out of the hospital. He was doing good. He just needed a cane. Then about 2 weeks later, he starts getting leakage, and then they turn around and find out he's got an infection. So we went to bone doctor and did blood tests. He's still got an infection. And he's damn sure that they did that on purpose. So now they got to go, from what I hear, he's got a heavy drawl. And you're going to cut him open, remove the fittings, and put new ones in. Dan from Indiana says, you know where they got the first one from? No. Well, when the people die in the hospital, they go rip it out and put it in you. And go wash it off well enough. I mean, he was trying to make light of a real sad situation. But they can't do a goddamn thing right, man. I mean, I'm doing pretty good. You sure to make a video if you blow someone's head off. I think we're all going to have that, you know. I think that'll be here in the future. Why? Why would I say something so cruel? Well, let's go see. And I want to thank our friend, let's see if this is the one. Dawn, for turning us on to this. It came out, April Fool's Day? Oh, hopefully you don't have to put anyone's blood on your hands. Stay clean if you can. So there's no date on this. I think it was this year or last year. And so much. But look at this shit. This is no bullshit. This is not conspirator. This is none of that shit. This is a fucking CDC. What's going on here, Senator? Wonder why zombie and zombie apocalypse and zombie preparedness continue to live and walk dead on CDC website. Cut the first began as a tongue-in-cheek campaign to engage new audience with, I gotta get a new screen, preparedness. Masses Get has proven to be very efficient platform. We continue to reach and engage, I don't know what that is, variety of audiences on the hazardous preparedness via zombie preparedness. So they put a lot of time in this shit, didn't they? Why would you do that? You jabbing people with something they shouldn't be? Is this just a joke? Well, we just read what it is. I didn't do a good job reading. You want to call these fuckers up? I'm having trouble. I went to the mall last night, and chicks were staring at me, and as they walked by, I'm like, how do I know if they're zombies or not? All right, let's get it out of the horse's mouth. Do they want to do me, or do they want to eat me? And when I mean eat me, I mean eat the flesh of my body.
Thank you for calling CDC Info, a service of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. If you would like to continue in English, press 1. Si desea continuar en español,
To protect yourself from COVID-19, get vaccinated right away. COVID-19 vaccination is recommended for everyone ages 6 months or older. Vaccines and treatments are helping to keep those infected from getting severely ill, going to the hospital, or dying. If you are a medical or healthcare professional, press 1. If you are a member of the media, press 2. For all other questions, press 8. To repeat this menu, CDC Info specialists give health information and do not diagnose any health conditions. Please listen to the following options before making your selection. For questions about monkeypox, press 2. For questions that are not about COVID-19, press 3. For questions about VAMS, or the Vaccine Administration Management System, press.
please hold for the next available representative. Your call may be monitored or recorded for quality assurance. At the end of the call, please stay on the phone for a brief customer service survey.
Thank you for calling CDC Info. My name is Kay. In order to provide resources for your area, please have your zip code.
Yeah, what's your name again?
It's Kay.
Hey, how you doing, Kay? I'm Ralph. My name's...
All right, thank you. And
you need a zip code 04389.
Thank you, and how can I help you?
Well, I've been wearing my mask, still wear my mask, and I've been vaccinated, but I ran into something I'm a little worried about here. A CDC website saying zombie apocalypse preparedness.
Okay, thank you. So I'm sorry. You're saying you need the information in regards to the zombie information that you saw on the website?
Yeah, I mean, do I need to be? I've read it, but it really didn't give me a whole lot of information. Should I be worried about this? I mean, I'm old now, I don't even comprehend zombies. I'm not even, we had black and white, like Frankenstein back in the old days, but I'm not into all this zombie apocalypse stuff, and I don't know nothing about it. I'm kind of nervous.
Okay, thank you. So I'd be more than happy to assist you with that information that you said that you did see on the website regarding the zombie apocalypse. Is it all right if I just place you on a brief 1 to 2 minute hold while I do search my CDC info resources?
Thank you, Kay. And yeah, all right.
Thank you. I'm placing you on hold now.
Just don't be too long. The zombies might get me. We don't want no zombie problems. Can we get them in the coal stove? I wonder if they burn. Do they burn? Like if I can't get coal, can we burn zombies? I don't know if she's going in the back room and get Dr. Fauci for this one. Hey, Fauci, get in here. I told you don't put that stupid shit up there. She's looking it up. She don't even know about it. There's a lot of things to worry about, Oh, yeah. Well, we got our time in for the day. You liking that? You can record this, you know. You can go cut a video out of here. You want to do that? It's up to you. You know, it don't sound like they're trying to listen to what's going on in my house either. You notice when I talk, the music's not starting. I wasn't gonna go there. I wasn't gonna go there. Where's this zombie gonna stop first? In Maine? Is she get this shit from a tick bite? Well, she's doing some research here, huh? Ooh, that music changing up. Very nice. Got a very nice website here. Very nice phone calls. These people seem like they care about humanity, and they're doing pretty good. Yeah. She's gonna go look this up, find out what's going to happen. Turn it into a zombie. I think your fingernails go bad. That's the first sign of it. Oh, sure, Kay. No problem.
Thank you so much for holding. So according to my CDC info resources, it does say that CDC published Preparedness 101 Zombie Apocalypse to the Public Health Matters blog in 2011.
Yeah.
The post was an example of educational entertainment. It used a popular cultural reference to zombies to promote preparedness for emergencies and disasters, such as disease outbreaks and hurricanes. People can learn how to prepare themselves for other emergencies using available resources on the CDC website. And if you like, I do have a resource that if you have access to email, I can email it to you, which it says prepare for your health.
No, that all makes really sense. Now I know what they were doing. They wanted to prepare us for like storms and power outages and stuff, like it sounds, right? No?
Okay, so yes, according to my CDC.
Oh, so I don't have to worry about. I mean, they ain't gonna be zombies in the street, right? I don't have to worry about this.
Okay, so again, according to my CDC info resources, I can reread you the information. It says that CDC published Preparedness 101 Zombie Apocalypse to the Public Health Matters blog in 2011.
Yes.
The post was an example of educational entertainment. It used a popular cultural reference to zombies to promote preparedness for emergencies and disasters, such as disease outbreaks and hurricanes. People can learn how to prepare themselves for other emergencies using available resources on CDC website.
Well, I appreciate it, Kay. You know, I mean, I'm not too bright. You know, I'm old, but I ain't too bright. And I got a lot of things to worry about in life, you know, and I just didn't know if this was really serious gonna come. You know, I took the 3 shots there, and I hope that ain't gonna turn me into a zombie or anyone else. But anyways, we really appreciate your time, and I'm very thankful.
All right, thank you. So other than providing you with this information today, in regards to the zombie preparedness, is there anything else I could try to do to assist?
No, thank you. Very, very good.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Have a great day.
Thank you for contacting CDC. You too, and thank you for
Bye-bye.
contacting CDC info.
I don't think she had much of a personality, do you? So we just did this shit to teach you how to prepare for, you know, a pandemic or you know, a hurricane or a storm, there ain't gonna be real zombies running around after us. You know what I mean? Those the one that I should have asked how many people called on this. And that went back to 2011. Yeah, right on. Retitle it Zombie CDC call. You want me to do that? Yeah, what was that? The last 10 minutes of the show, I didn't have a counter on. So we're all right. Nobody gonna eat us. Nobody gonna be zombies. We just do that for entertainment purposes. I mean, we couldn't have done something like, you know, show Smokey the Bear not fucking around with, you know, putting your campfire out. And a little storage food in case a tornado comes. Mark time on the comment. No, they ain't gonna eat your brains. Quit worrying, you guys. Look, I quit worrying. Yeah, I don't understand what that is. Educational entertainment. Was that when I die, I'm a Muslim, get 97 virgins, and now I got to educate them and have entertainment? Oh, boy. It makes sense to all of us, you know. I mean, that's why we did it, you know, catch, you know, a bigger audience. We needed to capture a bigger audience. I never heard of that. Whatever. They're more. They got more education than I do, so I can't. I have no right to argue with them. Well, there you go. Oh yeah. Is that what you want? Educational entertainment only. You want? What do you want me to put on this video when I close it down? I think I got to go ballpark. Go to the last 15 minutes of it. So it was, you know, that was 12 years ago. Where you been? You need a spanking, boy. You late. We've been to church too. We've been to this church here. We watched this. You're supposed to be my right-hand man. You know, when it comes to confession and all that shit. What have you been doing? Trying to save the pond, the magic pond? You just missed the zombie apocalypse call we call the CDC. She said, don't worry about it. Ain't no zombie going to eat your brain. We went to church too this morning, man. That's a church right there. The First Church of Cannabis, Indiana. In Indianapolis, Indiana. But, yeah. How's things going, Bubba? I know you can't stay long, and I was ready to shut down. How are you doing? How's your magic pond doing? We found a church I saw on YouTube. He called Oh, yeah, we called these guys. You want to pay offering for some greens? Well, this might be a nice winter deal here. We get these guys to go live on YouTube. We'll go live. Maybe they'll let us call in and participate. We'll go on StreamYard. Do you want their address? Well, how far is Bubba from there? Way to go. You want the address? Hold on, Bubba. Don't run away yet. Just hold on. It's kind of confusing. "25 minutes ago." Yeah, I don't remember how far. I think I moved the camera to the phone. So if you scroll through it, just look for the phone. This is home of Dietary Dozen, 3400 South Rural, Indiana. The First Church of Cannabis. Live, love, laugh, learn, create, grow, and teach. You like the gold leaf? Yeah. I still don't know how the Mexicans did that shit, you know? I ain't got it figured out, and nobody can tell me. Nobody can tell me. No YouTube commercials on how the Mexican grew Acapulco gold. How the hell you getting gold-colored reefer? If you dry it in the sun, it'll turn to gold, but it'll ruin the THC level. As I understand it, how the hell did you get this shit to get so gold? Someone in the room said they just quit watering it and in the blazing heat let them die, but I would think that would screw up your trichomes. Church on YouTube? You want to go back and play that? I don't think Bubba wants to hang out with us today. He's got more important things. He's in that pond looking for the leak, right? Right, Bubba? You're looking for the leak. You're looking for the leak at Lake Mead. My goodness, you should see the shit they're pulling out of Lake Mead. I don't know if the Corps of Engineers ever going to go in there and clean that place out, but there's quite a few boats. Probably close to 100 boats, big boats, sunken. One boat there looked like it was from the 60s. Had two motors on it. Still on it. Oh, it's a different video? All right. Well, let's go. Hold on. How's everything going, Bubba? You saving 16 cents this year on a hot dog barbecue under Joe Biden. We called the White House the other day to thank them, but nobody answered the phone. They said the White House was closed.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today I'm just going to be talking to you, telling you my name, telling you about me, and what this channel will be about. Okay.
What am I doing here? It's their most recent video. Wow, no thumbs up. No comments. July 9th, 2020. I don't think we'll get in trouble. Circle back to you.
First of all, my name is Ariel Hearts or something else. I'll talk to you guys about that later. I don't know yet though. And I might change it later in the video to like something, fun. But you know what? I don't know yet. I'm new to this thing. I'm 14-ish. I'm almost 12. I'll be 14 in 2 years.
All right. I really don't think this is too cool, Dawn. In case of Habanegilas, it's not made for kids, My shit ain't made for kids. I don't think I can play this shit. The White House will circle back to you. Yeah. I've been watching some of them hearings, though. And all I got to say is if it was 50% of that true, I think we're in serious trouble. Maybe get out there and pick another candidate. Oh, everyone bailed out of the room. What the fudge is going on? Yeah, I don't know what this is all about. I don't know. I went down and looked. It was very strange here, though. The First Church of Cannabis, right? This is coming up on 1 year old. Nobody gave her a thumbs up. Anybody gave her a thumbs up for any reason, not even the supporters of the church. And the comments are turned off. I appreciate it. Old church service. All right. Oh, Havana Gila. We'll have a church service today. That is really odd, ain't it?
First time. And if, we can do it like Iron Man, just find that energy and send it out the roof of this building. Because the energy of love will heal everything if we do it right. So
man, we had a lot of energy towards Vertier.
And what we do
it wasn't
is
a good
we close
outcome.
our eyes during the moment of silence of love. But I'd like to throw some love out to Nina, Susan Wood, Claude Bassart, Jeff Goebel, Desiree, Gary, Tony, Aubrey, Anita, Sophia. And
Sophia, I like that name.
All right, I felt it.
Well, this is an hour long. How the hell is it an hour long?
Otto was a friend of ours who was a comedian who had a very optimistic view about this wonderful adventure in life, and he shared it with many through comedy. And we celebrated because it's cool and it's right. That's why. So here it is. This is called the Auto
Prayer. Go watch some of this. I think we're going to go here and then shut down. You ready?
It's absolutely.
This is. Just the golden here. Wonder how her garden's going. She got a good garden this year. Let's see what we got here. A guy from Australia just posted a video. Tucker Carlson, that is manufactured disaster. You want to bring it up? I heard that word, manufactured disaster. If you got it, bring it up. We, you know, I mean, like, these cars are so tender now, you know what I mean? I mean, they can be turned off by the popo, inhibiting travel, violation of the Constitution. Well, ain't a violation if you take all the fuel out of the gas pumps and diesel pumps. Are you going to go get this thing? I'm hungry. Had a toast for breakfast. I'm getting kind of hungry here. Oh, home on the range. Yeah. That's why we like simple. We like that simple. Simple transportation. Don't make it any more difficult than it's got to be.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson. Tonight we're coming to you all week from Brazil. You may not have noticed, we didn't actually, but Brazil is the last significant country in
June
the Western
28th.
Hemisphere that has a pro-American government. And in a lot of ways, Brazil isn't that different from the United States. It's an enormous place, bigger landmass than the continental U.S., huge population, beautiful, rich natural resources, and suddenly, like the United States over the last 15 years, Brazil has found itself dangerously dependent on China. So what exactly are the Chinese government's aims here in Brazil? And why isn't the Biden
Dependent.
administration doing anything to stop the Chinese military from establishing a threatening new beachhead in our hemisphere? They seem to be
decades.
abetting it. What is that exactly? We're investigating all of it for a brand new documentary that United States
Yeah. Well, I don't need to hear this bullshit. Get to the
on the
meat.
loans they took out. It's that simple. And then once inflation arrived,
I wrote that
ideologues of the
last
Biden
night in the comment.
administration immediately understood how it could be used.
We have no
So since you
leadership.
can no longer afford to drive your
Not
car,
on the
you will
other
have
side
no
of the
choice
aisle
but to
either.
accept their green energy scams. And that means their donors who run those scams will get richer and they will get control over the U.S. economy. So everyone wins except you. It's perfect. None of it happened by accident. This is a manufactured disaster. Now, in a normal country, few leaders would dare to pull off something this brazen and destructive. They'd be afraid to. They'd be flirting with revolution. It'd be too risky. And the people who run our country are fully aware of the risks, and they're very worried about it. If you're wondering why they're hyperventilating about January 6th, that's why. They seem afraid because they are afraid. To them, a crowd of angry people at the Capitol looks a lot like a foretaste of things to come. That's exactly why they're so desperate to take your guns away. It's why they're screaming at you about trans rights and systemic racism and the all-encompassing evil of the president of faraway Russia. Huh? Why are they talking about these things? It seems confusing at first. What does any of that have to do with our actual problems here and improving your life? Well, none of it has anything to do with improving your life, and that's the point. They're hoping that if they keep screaming at you, you'll be too bewildered and too off-balance to notice what is happening to the country around you, much less able to fight back against it. And just to make sure you're too bewildered to act as they scream, they shift the blame from themselves to you. So they're now pronouncing you guilty for the crimes that they committed. You've watched this happen with the economy. First they told you that inflation wasn't real. You're imagining that. But you weren't. So then they explained that actually inflation is happening, but it's a good thing because you deserve it. You deserve to pay more for the things you buy. Why? Because your expectations were way too high. You pampered first world Karen. You expected to eat meat for dinner. take an annual vacation on commercial airliners that departed on time. What were you thinking? You expected to fill your tank or buy a sheet of plywood for less than $75. Huh? Talk about out of whack. You expected to be able to send your children to the public schools you pay for with the expectation they might learn something. You thought you could load your car in the Safeway parking lot with groceries you could afford without being shot to death by armed robbers. You imagined you could live in a country that resembled the place you grew up in.
Oh,
People spoke English and didn't throw trash out the window or smoke on the sidewalk. But it turns out, Mr. and Mrs. America, you expected too much, and that's your fault. In Nigeria, all of this is normal. So stop whining and eat your bugs. Bloomberg News actually wrote a column on this. Their recommendation was, if you want to save money, let your dog die. Seriously. They really said that, and they meant it too. But apparently you didn't get the of your dog. So now they've gone further than that. Now they're telling you that you cannot have the one thing that most people want more than anything else, the one thing that biological instinct drives all of us to want, and that's children. The most reliable source of meaning and joy in human existence, a family, is now out of reach for the American middle class, and you should accept that is inevitable. In fact, you should embrace it. Our economy can no longer support your family. Sorry. Actually, that's wrong. They're not saying sorry. They wouldn't think of apologizing for that or anything else. What they want to do is force you to reset your unrealistic expectations, and that's what MSNBC did all this weekend. Watch.
What does it cost to have a baby on your body, on your livelihood, and not just you, but your state and this country?
Many economists and social scientists are telling us that the economic consequences of abortion restrictions are devastating for both individuals and wider society. According to the Institute for Women's Policy Research, at the national level, state-level abortion restrictions cost $105 billion per year, because basically it reduces the labor force participation rate, how many people are in the workforce, and drives down earning power.
So it turns out many economists and social scientists have concluded that having kids is selfish and way too expensive, and that's your fault. So dial back your expectations of ever having a family. Thanks for telling us, MSNBC and Jolene Kent. Notice that no one on MSNBC ever blames the powerful for where we are. Apparently, the U.S. government had no role in, quote, reducing the labor force participation rate, say by shutting down the entire U.S. economy and firing anyone who didn't get their vax, or turning cities into war zones, or devaluing the U.S. dollar. None of that actually happened. It's not their fault. Wall Street and the Fed are blameless. The problem is you. The problem is that you selfishly want to have children, and children are bad for GDP. All the big corporations now agree on that. They're all now against human reproduction. Watch Jolene Kent explain more.
But the other important financial question is if the birthing parent is able to travel and if they work for the right company and are seeking an abortion, more individuals we're seeing are going to need to rely on their employer, right, for that financial support to carry that out. Now, for example, Dick's Sporting Goods is now telling us they're promising $4,000 for any employee or family member on their insurance plan to access an abortion. And there's a long list of companies that are doing the same thing. You've got Levi's and Starbucks, Yelp, JP Morgan, and many others. But the point here is, Katie, is that these benefits are provided because these companies are willing to do it not just because of their philosophy as a corporation, but because it makes financial sense for them.
Did I hear that right? They'll give you $4,000 for an abortion?
Baby, how great is that? How great is Dick's Sporting Goods? You were going to have a baby, and now they're giving you $4,000 not to. And as Jolene Kent just told us, that makes financial sense for corporate America. Well, yes, it does. Thanks, MSNBC. We lost our calculator and couldn't do the math on that. It turns out the companies have done the math, and they'd rather pay female employees $4,000 for every abortion they have. That's cheaper than footing the bill for, say, parental leave or adding new dependents onto the company health care plan.
I just don't like the federal government telling us what you can and can't do with your body. Leave it up to the state. That includes smoking the reefer, abortion, taking the jab, not taking the jab, yada, yada, yada.
Employees not to have their own family, what you're really doing is liberating them. And if you doubt that, here's corporate America's spokesman, Andrew Ross Sorkin of CNBC, with the message once more.
The real
Uh-huh.
challenge is going to be for the smaller companies that can't afford to do this, and for the employees of those companies that are unable to get access that way. And so there's going to
No,
be a
who
tale of
knows
two
that?
worlds. If you work for a Fortune 500 company in America today,
So these are guys that will pay you for abortion? Dick's. I thought Dick's went out of business. Well, let's look for Microsoft. JP Morgan. Didn't you just mention JP Morgan? Oh, Rockefeller.
there's going to be a tale of two worlds. If you work for a Fortune 500 company in America today, you very well may get this type of healthcare.
Thought Macy's was out the door.
May not. And I asked the question over the weekend to a lot of executives and CEOs about this.
Course.
Would you leave the state? Would you leave those states where those trigger laws are in effect? And the answer is no. The view is that this is, dare I say, a cost of doing business. And I was, I have to admit, disappointed that there was nobody that I spoke to over the weekend who said, you know what, we have a moral issue about this.
Yeah, it's very disappointing that all companies aren't paying their employees to abort their children. It's a sign of love, really, because when you love someone, your main concern is that they never reproduce, that they never create more human beings just like them. That's a sign of love. So according to Andrew Ross Sorkin, corporations, and this is not ghoulish or creepy, so settle down, choke back your gag reflex. Corporations in states that outlaw abortions are unethical. The CEOs of those companies are immoral because they're not paying for enough abortion. Andrew Ross Sorkin judges them. You know who he doesn't judge? His friend Janet Yellen. Now, Janet Yellen isn't blameless. She lied to Americans for years.
Oh, for years, and they brought her back in. It's like, come on, man.
Any other single American. But that's not a problem for Andrew Ross Sorkin. It's not
Nothing like evaluating the dollar down to minus 8 cents.
You know, if you're Janet Yellen, she's in a political job, and they wanted to run the economy a little hot. That's what Sorkin said recently. And by running it a little hot, he meant destroy it and make the U.S. dollar worthless. It's a little mistake. It's not a big deal. It's not immoral. Making you poor was a mistake. And don't worry, Janet Yellen has never even considered apologizing for it. No. What she's telling you is, now that you're poor, shut up and abort your child, because times are tough and you got to get back to work. There's a war on. Do your duty.
I believe that eliminating the right of women to make decisions about when and whether to have children would have very damaging effects on the economy and would set women back decades.
Yeah, very damaging to the economy, having all those children, all that new life. This is the America that Janet Yellen has created with the help of her friends in the media. So you can't afford to get married or buy a house or have children, much less raise them yourself in a two-parent family on a single income, as every generation of Americans did for hundreds of years in this country. But for you, none of that is possible. Only private equity people like Janet Yellen and Ross Sorkin can afford normal families now. But for you, things are very different. For you, life is low-paid work at some soulless digital company, punctuated only by brunch on the weekends and Netflix and white wine at night, forever, until you die alone with no descendants to remember you. Does the prospect of that fill you with joy? If it makes you anxious, no problem, because we have Xanax. Also, we've legalized weed, so you can consider yourself liberated. What we just described is not an overstatement. That is
Make another call to Idaho. See how I was remembered.
In this country are living right now and are facing for the foreseeable future, which is to say forever. But our leaders don't seem concerned in the least about it. They don't detect a spiritual crisis in America or a lack of inherent meaning. Suicide spike. They have no idea why. They don't want to know.
I got that shirt, you know, in the wash.
Dramatic drop in birth rates in America, which you think they would care about since they run the country, and that's the clearest sign of societal health. If people aren't reproducing, maybe something's wrong. But no, it doesn't bother them. In fact, they're for it. Don't have kids, and if you do, make certain they can't reproduce themselves. Why don't you go ahead and chemically castrate them? That's what they're now telling you. Watch the Admiral. Gender-affirming care is life-saving, medically necessary, age-appropriate, and a critical tool for healthcare
I don't
providers.
know you're fucking wrong with you people about
When it comes to
late-term
making
abortion.
sure kids are healthy and happy, I
You
know
look at
how
this here.
important care that affirmed
Yeah, maybe leave it
someone's
open
true
till 80.
identity can be.
So you made the mistake
That's
of
your
having children, your own family. But there is something you can do. You can make sure you never have
penis carrying, want to be a woman,
full of pharma-derived
Department
poison
of
that
Health.
makes certain they can never reproduce.
You don't know her?
You should, because that's life-affirming care. So why are they telling you this? Well, simple. The more atomized and unhappy American society becomes, the easier it is for them to control. Fewer marriages and babies and family-owned homes.
You didn't know who
means
that
more
was?
ruthless and dissatisfied people. It means an entire nation of desperately unhappy grad students. Sandy Cortez could become the queen of a country like that. So bring it on! More solitude, less human connection, less meaning, fewer babies. That's what they want.
Well, I was going to say, you thought I was ugly.
Christy Pauls. This weekend, Christy Paul announced she's quitting her job because family is more important than serving corporate America. Here she is.
I just could not be who I needed to be for my family, is what it really came down to. I was tired of being tired, and I told them, look, let's be honest. The work we do is important. The work you do is important wherever you go. Whatever you do every day, it's important work. But at the end of the day, somebody's going to sit in the seat, and I'm going to leave, and the show will go on as it should. But nobody else is going to be my kid's mom. And nobody else is going to be my husband's wife or my parents' children, and I need to be fully present there.
Nobody else is going to be your kid's mom.
Time running out.
Immigration levels recently, we're bringing people in to be your kid's mom. And by the way, shouldn't you be working for Facebook? Do your duty. That's what we're telling young people. We're telling them we're not going to do a thing to make it easier for you to have your own children or your own family, because families are for the rich and the poor. Families are for the tech tycoons in Napa. They've got a ton of kids. And for the Haitians huddled underneath the bridges at the border in South Texas, they've got a ton of kids too. But for you,
they had something in Oklahoma.
your deepest desires
You must have had a primary.
reach. Citibank will pay you not to reproduce, so you can remain alone in your cube. And if you're not fortunate enough to work at Citibank, Sandy Cortez will step in and for the first time in her life build something. In this case, she'll build government-funded abortion camps on federal land just to make sure
You hear
never have
this?
to experience the burden of holding your
I
own
heard it
baby
last
or
night.
being unconditionally loved by
You're
your
going
own
to take all
children.
that Forest Service land out west,
Let's celebrate with brunch.
cut out a chunk of it,
You have to wonder how long before Democrats
and then
sponsor
offer
legislation to
abortions
distribute free cats to young
on
people in
federal
cities,
land.
placebos to replace the families they can no longer have. That's coming, along with SSRIs and the water supply, so you don't have to think too much about it. We're finally
What
getting
did
to
you
see
say?
utopia. SSRIs and the water place the families they can no longer have. That's coming, along with SSRIs and the water supply, so you don't have to think too much
What the hell is
about it. We're finally getting to
SSRIs?
see
Oh, SSRIs. Yeah, why not? Little lithium. Quiet these people down. What's wrong with you, boy? You in a heap of trouble.
nightly opens.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. What did we get out of it? I don't know. I feel like I took a good dookie. What else are we going to do? Jimmy Dawes' January 6th witness debunked. There was something about this chick. I couldn't put my finger. Yeah. Lithium. Let's go see what Jimmy's got to say. There was something about this. Now, I watched this whole hearing, a lot of it anyway. And it seems like there was a few shenanigans going on. But this really blew me away.
Anya Paravel is with us. She's a journalist based in Washington, D.C. and a contributor to The Gray Zone. She's produced and reported several documentaries, including on-the-ground reports from the Korean Peninsula, Palestine, Venezuela, and Honduras. Please welcome Anya Paravel. Hello, how are you?
Hey, Kurt. Hey, Jimmy.
Good to see you. Stephanie, say hello.
Hello, Anya.
Okay, Steph is also here.
I gotta say, if what I saw in LA was any indication, the special's gonna be great.
Oh, that's very sweet. Yes, that was an indication. It was an indication.
Hey, Anya, can you come a
I
little
thought
closer
you
to
did
the
a
camera?
different show every night.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Look at you, girl.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
stay close to the camera. You're
Yeah.
so smart. Thank you.
Okay, so you asked me if I was going to cover the, I can't even, what's the lady's name that did the testimony?
Cassidy Hutchinson?
That's it.
Cassidy.
So you texted me today, so you're going to cover
I thought
this.
she was sainted now. We all
So
must have been.
I went to the comedy club in Burbank or Flappers 8, and there were people talking about this. Like, hey, did you see that testimony from the thing? And I'm like, no, I don't follow the January 6th. They're like, how could you not follow that? And I'm like, because it's all bullshit. And they're like, no, his own blah, blah, blah said that he was choking his own driver. And so, all right, so I looked into
Well, I didn't hear
So
that.
I went and I got the video of that woman's testimony. And what's her name?
Cassidy.
Cassidy what?
Cassidy Hutchinson. Cassidy Hutchinson.
Cassidy Hutchinson. And I thought it was interesting. They had a commercial that ran in front of it. And, of course, it just reminds you you're in America because everything is sponsored. Right? So,
Live from Washington, D.C., it's a Capital Report, Monday, July 4th, 8/7 Central. Sponsored by the Boeing Company and American Airlines.
That's right. That's right. But sponsored by the good people. At
Pfizer.
I will say it's a meat fireworks show, though.
Hey, welcome
Yeah,
back.
I bet. Yes, I would like to go. Where else would the United States of America get the money for a fireworks show unless it was sponsored by the good people at Boeing?
At Boeing?
probably
Well, why not?
Hey, that's the Ukraine money at work.
Mm-hmm. That's it, lady. High five to
Here we go. So
you.
let's watch this testimony. Liz Cheney is chairing this. She's fantastic. I think she should be president.
You know, I really didn't like Dick all that much, but this is his daughter.
You got to be You got to be pro-torture if you're going to be president. So here's what she said happened. Right? Here's what she said happened. Here we go.
Here's the president's motorcade leaving the ellipse after his speech.
So there's the president. He's leaving. Let's speed it up. Go ahead. Go faster. So there's the president. He's leaving. And now listen to the story Cassidy Hutchinson's going to tell about what happened.
When you returned to the White House in the motorcade after the president's speech, where did you go?
When I returned to the White House, I walked upstairs towards the Chief of Staff's office, and I noticed Mr. Renato lingering outside of the office. Once we had made eye contact, he quickly waved me to go into his office, which was just across the hall from mine. When I went in, he shut the door, and I noticed Bobby Engel, who is the head of...
When she said that, I thought we're in for a Matt Lauer moment.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, like a jerk-for-golf session
Shut the
or
door. It's
something.
like, oh no!
He had a bug under his desk.
Mr. Trump's security detail, sitting in a chair, looking somewhat discombobulated and a little lost. I looked at Tony, and he had said, "Did you effing hear what happened in the Beast?" I said, "No, Tony, I just got back."
Why
the Beast is the presidential limo, by the way.
Yeah. So she says, "Did you effing hear?" Why did you have to put effing in? Like, who cares if it's war?
Yeah, no kidding.
Effing hear what happened.
Did you effing hear what happened in the Beast? First of all,
it's a very ASMR testimony, by the way.
Very good way to put it. Here we go.
I read across the hall.
Yeah, she's very breathy. In her
Yes.
speech, right?
Her speech would, hey, baby, you want to go fuck?
Tony proceeded to tell me that
What room
when
do
the
you
president
want to
got in
fuck
the
in?
Beast, he was under the impression from
Do you
Mr.
want me to
Meadows
wear
that
clothes or
the
no
off-the-record movement
clothes?
to the Capitol was still possible.
You know what I mean?
Likely to happen.
Like,
but
she
that
just
Bobby had
seems
more
like a
information.
robot. I wouldn't be surprised if she
Once
is.
the president had gotten into the vehicle with Bobby, he thought that they were going up to the Capitol, and what Bobby had relayed to him, "We're not. You don't have the assets to do it. It's not secure. We're going back to the West Wing." The president had very strong, very angry response to that.
She starts smiling.
Yes.
When she says
Everything. Yeah, I mean, just look at her face.
Almost like Bill
Why is she
Gates
smiling
does. You know when Bill Gates?
Is it the face of an
When
honest
he'd be talking
person
about
is behaving
the
like she's telling the
pandemic
truth?
and the vaccines, and
seems
he
like
puts a
an
big
actress.
smile on his
She
face.
seems like she's acting 100%.
No, that's an insult. You know, I watch some of those American crime story shows where they do the dramatic court scenes, the reenactments, but like those
Oh,
people
someone
do much
else
better.
died. That was connected mysteriously.
So here we go. She's got more to say. She's going to tell you what
I've
what
seen
the
that on
president
RT.
did. And she giggles. And she's looking down to the left, which some people say is the side she's lying.
Tony described him as being irate.
No, I look it down, and sometimes when I'm talking to someone, I'm not lying to them. I'm just trying to make everything in my brain come out the way it should come out.
Sir, you have to go back to the West Wing. The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm and said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol." Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Ornato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
I thought we said Trump shows up, he should have a 45 on him all the time.
Ornato told you this story.
He was.
Hey, why don't you get off my clavicle? This guy's been busting my clavicle
all day.
All goddamn
What is
day.
a
Why don't you suck
clavicle?
on some clavicle?
The throat?
I got something for you. How about some clavicle? I got something for you right here. What's that? My clavicle.
He pressed a button and locked his dressing room door and motioned towards his clavicle.
Did Mr. Engel correct or disagree with any part of the story from Mr. Ornato?
Mr. Engel did not correct or disagree with any part of the story.
He did not?
Did Mr. Engel or Mr. Ornato ever after that tell you that what Mr. Ornato had just said was untrue?
Neither Mr. Ornato nor Mr. Engel told me ever that it was untrue.
So they told her this. So by the way, this isn't her test. She's not giving you eyewitness testimony. She's
That's a good point right there. She wasn't there.
From someone else, and it's not accurate.
When is that ever the standard for witness testimony?
That's a good point right
This is
there.
what my friend told me.
You know what I mean?
The Elon Musk allegations.
That's right. Same thing with Elon Musk. It was not the girl who was allegedly sexually harassed by him, but a friend of the woman who was sexually harassed by him.
Oh.
And that's not credible, nor is this. This is not credible. Why?
I
Because
mean,
she's not giving you eyewitness testimony.
People get mad, they grab someone else's
Someone else
clavicle.
told her, and now, by the way, those people that told her that story are disagreeing with her version of it.
So why have them? Why not have the people in the car testify?
Are you telling me that nobody reached for the guy's clavicles?
Nobody.
I think
Are you sure?
It's a normal thing, reaching for clavicle in a battle. All right, we're going to finish this up. Actually doing pretty good today. I don't want to spoil nothing. It's been a long, hard road. You know what I mean? There you go. Get me some Dr. Squash for Christmas. You want to get me some.
So that's it. So that was the end of it. So that was that. So that's the
You
end
said
of the part
you'd
I'm
all
gonna
these
play right
hot
now, but-
chicks if I wash up with this
So
shit.
everybody's saying that. I go to the comedy club last night. People are beaming. Did you see that testimony? Did you see that? And this is what they're referring to. This is the bombshell. This is called hearsay,
It is.
gossip.
Yep.
This is a bombshell is not gossip or hearsay.
Did we establish that that's as good as evidence now?
Yeah, that's a good point.
They're already making memes about it. Of course, he's got the.
Wonder what that chick gonna do now?
Making a meme
Think
about
she
it.
can
That
find
it never,
another
it
job?
never happened. Why do I know it never happened? Because they never asked the Secret Service their side of the story. The committee, the January 6th committee, they asked her to tell a story she heard from a Secret Service person, but they never contacted the Secret Service person. Why do you think
And
that
when
is?
this guy
I'll
was
tell you
telling
why.
those stories, I bet she was on her knees.
How is that a proper committee? You'd think if you collect testimony from someone that's secondhand, the proper next
Yeah, just
step
a
would be to say,
distraction.
okay, now I'm going to interview that person.
Why would you want to interview the Secret Service on you when you have a young lady who grabs her neck and blinks a lot? I mean, doesn't that say credibility? Cassidy Hutchinson. Also, Peter Alexander, by the way, he's the big shot White House reporter from NBC News.
The old-fashioned way. She'll sleep her way up.
Service tells me both
I
Bobby
think so.
Engel,
Somebody groomed
the
that.
lead agent, and the presidential limousine SUV driver are prepared to testify under oath that neither man was assaulted and that Mr. Trump never lunged for the steering wheel. And then underneath it says, so basically the January 6th committee has nothing on Trump. Yes. Yes. Well, even if they do, I believe all women, so I believe her. Right? Don't you believe her? By the way, here it is. Secret Service agent reportedly willing to testify Trump did not lunge at him.
So bring him in.
So, senior Secret Service agents are reportedly prepared to testify that Donald Trump did not lunge for the wheel of his vehicle or physically attack the chief of his security detail after his speech near the White House on
Man, I'm
January
starting
6th.
to think that
As
Trump
a
wrote that
former
girl
aide
up.
said he did in sworn testimony
You know what I
on
mean?
Tuesday. So, Engel told investigators
Make
that
him look
he and
like
Trump
he's a doo-doo.
discussed Trump's desire to go to the Capitol and took different views on the topic. And to the White House instead of heading to Capitol Hill. Boy, it's all in the framing, isn't it? Because the guy who actually was there says they discussed different views on the topic, and eventually they landed on heading back to Capitol Hill. White House instead of Capitol Hill. That's a totally different story than that woman just told. That's a completely different story, isn't it? And that's the
That's
guy
what I
she
think.
claims
That's some
told her
kind
the
of
story.
spooky shit coming from Trump. What do you think?
This guy says, don't be. So this guy's a law professor. He says, don't be distracted by claims of hearsay. That
Right.
goes to
Listen,
whether evidence
hearsay.
can be admitted in court, not in Congress. Yeah, we don't have any standards in Congress. The key, listen to what he says next, though. The key is that Hutchinson testified under oath. If she was lying, she faces felony charges. The same can't be said for those trying to discredit
No, I don't
her
think you
testimony.
can do that.
She was lying
I don't-
because the
no.
guy said he frickin' didn't do that.
No, you can't say
And
she
they're
was
willing to
lying if it was
testify.
third-hand knowledge.
So
they're not going to have them testify.
But they're not yet. They just won't have those guys testify, so they're not going to prosecute
Yeah, I
her,
guess so.
even though she's lying. Isn't that wild?
Who first of all tells somebody else's story the way she told
Right.
that story, as if she was going step by step in an eyewitness
That was
account?
really
Yes,
weird
and
when I
entered
seen
to the
that.
left. And he proceeded to tell me the story that he had heard.
It's just really a whole weird deal. So they can't charge him because she's not lying.
I entered and I went to the left, and then he started to tell me a story.
And then they go.
But on the other hand, it explains why she was so unconvincing.
Yes.
She was so flat, and it looked like she was trying to remember line, and she was laughing. She was trying not to laugh at her own performance because she wasn't telling a firsthand account. So that inauthenticity was on full display.
It's hard to
just
keep
in
a
her-
straight
in her
face
body
when I call
But yeah, I mean, if I
CBC
were
this
a
morning,
lawyer,
you know.
I didn't go to law school, but I'm pretty sure that if I were building a case, I would never try to submit evidence based on secondhand.
That was a good call. So nobody remembers what time it was.
I think you're all ignoring the fact that she did give specific details, like the clavicle.
She did say
She said
clavicle.
clavicle, and she said that Trump said effing.
Effing.
So
You gotta check this.
And it's just trying to appeal to the hotheads. I think. You know what I mean?
She goes, did he at this point disagree with the thing that the other man had said?
Donald didn't let us down. He's a
No,
badass. Did you hear him say effing?
It's just no. He's going, no.
Oh, I didn't really want to go that route.
I like that he says don't
I'm
be
an hour
distracted
over what I wanted to be.
by the claims of hearsay. That's like saying don't be distracted by the fact that juicy
It slept
gossip
well last
isn't
night.
actually evidence. Don't let that distract you.
Try to
What are you,
figure
one of
out
those
something
nerds
here.
who nitpick science mistakes in Star Wars? Technically, there's no sound in space. Shut up and enjoy the show. Aaron Mate caught this. He tweets out Peter Alexander saying that the Secret
Don't
Service
have to
people are prepared
play
to
8
contradict
minutes long.
that woman's testimony. And he says having Russiagate bombshell
All right,
flashbacks
you
again,
wanna
because they
play
said
it?
this was a bombshell, that woman's testimony. It's not. The Secret Service.
Well,
Go ahead.
it's very similar to how throughout Russiagate, we would wake up one morning and suddenly it would be like Colonel Vindman.
Yes!
And Ambassador Yanukovych, like all these people that nobody
ever heard of.
They were.
Yeah.
But suddenly they were like,
Yeah, 2 years.
it's very similar to that, where suddenly
Hey, here's
I
Bob
wasn't even paying
bitching.
attention to the
Gonna
news
tell
cycle.
us
I
why
just
you should wear your mask. He's an official. Well, it might fit right in. Then we're gonna get going. Bubba News, you gonna be around Friday night?
CERN, July 5th, 2022. CERN is about to literally fire it up. And actually, they already did it. We got the information here for you. We're about to take you into what they literally just did. And then we have an either of the scenario of what's going on here. This is the official video on CERN's website. And they got me stuttering out here, cluttering out here. But before we get into it, I want you to understand that Oak Ridge National Laboratory talks about the goddess detector. They're doing the same thing CERN is doing. Why am I bringing this up? Because it's going to lead you into the further breakdown of what this is what they say on the website. Ancient Greeks imagined everything in the natural world came from their goddess Physis. And you get it. Physics today is derived from their goddess Physics. So again, we're in this scenario here, and I'm about to give you the detailed video of what they're talking about. And they are about to basically fire up the beams. They're literally doing it now. Just hours ago, this is what they're talking about. They're going to be integrating AI, which is now coming out, is talking about possessing people and all types of crazy stuff. We're going to get into this video, and then after that, we're going to get you to the other side of what's going on when another CERN is being built even larger than this one. So let's play the clip. We got to give you this clip with audio here. So what we're going to do is link the video with the audio here in just a second. All right, so here it is.
10 protons per punch. These punches will be set up for injection and getting ready for ramp.
Now that the machine is filled, we will start the energy in ramp. So we will increase the energy of the protons to 6.8 TeV. For this, we will arm all the equipment. So arm means that all their equipment will be ready to receive the timing, and then they will all go together during the ramp to bring the beam to 6.8 TeV.
And this phase of prepare ramp, will be setting up all the systems in the LHC, from the radio frequency cavities to the magnets, the collimators. All these systems will be getting ready, synchronized, to start a ramp period together in 1,200 seconds. This ramp period of 20 minutes will be increasing the energy of the beam gradually up to a record energy that have never been achieved before in any particle accelerator, up to 6.8 tera electron volts.
Okay, so you want to stop it right there, and I'm going to bring you back into that clip. Why 6.8? Let's give you their reasoning for why 6.8. CERN team has trained the magnets to operate at 6.8 tera electron volts of energy. So if a mosquito buzz by and fly, they basically saying, imagine squeezing this much energy into a space about 1 million times smaller than a mosquito. So again, they're just basically saying like this super velocity speed here.
Have some olive oil before your bed, and your sleeping partner will love you for it. Fact or crap? All fats are bad for you. Crap. There are some great fats that we should be having every day, like olive oil, like avocados. Olive oil whitens your teeth naturally. Fun fact. It's true. It's wonderful for whitening your teeth. Healthiest people in the world use oregano as part of their diet. Fact, it's true. Oregano is very popular in the Mediterranean. It is loaded with polyphenols, which is the key for more energy and a slimmer figure.
You know, that family wasn't impressive to me.
It turns out that olive oil lubricates
You know what I mean?
passages, so that vibration doesn't
I
happen.
just,
Have some olive oil before your bed.
you know, I remember Bubba used to come, and I'm not beating on Bubba in no way whatsoever. And Bubba knows that, I think, if he's still here. Time to learn to grow Phyxedella mushrooms, Hawkeye to what do you need? Manure. I got plenty of dog turds, but not the same, I don't think. No. Well, that I bet you do that in a microdose, you get off that alcohol. Anyways, my point was, finally lays it down to detect early universe gravitational waves. Ain't it funny? They wanted to restrict anyone buying a laser pointer. You need cows. But, you know, years ago, you know, Bubba would come on and he'd be like, my sources. I says, well, start naming people. And this is just the way I live life. You know, Billy Cooper said, watch everything, listen to everything, but believe nothing. And I don't know how, and I didn't realize it up to this point, because I watched her testify, and I didn't put it in my brain that she was just telling a story that she heard. And Liz Cheney, being a good patriotic American, should have said, oh, I don't want to hear your shit. Let's get the driver in here. But evidently somebody that was supposed to testify died the other day. Yesterday, I think. It was on RT News. I'll let you know. Free beer is good. I have some free beer. You just be careful you're not allergic to them. Just take small doses. Imagine that. Well, I don't know what this is going to do, but, you know, I can honestly say throughout history, there have been a lot of madmen. My country has had invasion plans to invade fucking Canada. They had a plan to blow the moon up with nuclear shit. So I have no clue what's going on here. This is way above old Ralphie boy's head. I know, Big Bud. You're getting the huffy puffies at 72 degrees. Stinking air. Oh, I'm on the range. Summoning the demons on artificial intelligence? I certainly think so. What about Sophie, the sex doll there, the doll there? That was old. That was 2014 when that video came out. I don't think we've seen any new videos within the last year of their advances of AI. Some people were saying Joe Biden look-alike. I wouldn't doubt it. Just the way that woman talks sounds to me like an AI. Are we at that point? We might be looking at an AI woman. Like I told you, who cleans out the coochie in the other offices? She says you don't. You unsnap them and throw them in the dishwasher after use. LOL. Miss Verdia. High five to you, Verdia. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I remember Appalachian Granny, when I used to call her, oh, those were funny days, weren't they? When she would go ask my Searish some shit. Oh, my God. That was the only thing. I'm like, well, I'm going to probably be issued one of these as an old man. Probably when I reach 65, 70, I'll have a government robot if they don't kill us all. But if you go into the hanky-panky department, my question is, who cleaned out the offices so this machine can cleanse, like a natural woman? She says you just unsnap them and throw them in the dishwasher. High five to you, Verdia. We miss you. And Granny, hope you're doing well, and everyone else. I'm going to get going. I got a motivation, but I got to be careful here. Good news. Let's go see Paul Joseph Watson. We got good news, all right? Don't tell me I'm always focusing on Nedeka's shit.
If you look closely enough, there's actually some good news. No, I'm not drunk. The sewer pipe that is Hollywood and the wider regime entertainment industry in general.
Hold on, we're going to run this.
It's dying on its arse, despite the market being completely saturated.
6 minutes.
CRT propaganda.
Let's see what Paul's got to say.
Social engineering and forced diversity casting. What's the biggest movie of the year? Top Gun Maverick. The first blockbuster in what felt like forever that didn't pander to any of that shite. It just cracked $1 billion box office worldwide.
People went there to watch that shit.
For a novel concept. A movie that didn't seek to shove a political ideology down your throat.
There's a movie called The Mad, 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 Mad World, and it's a funny movie. I thought it was.
A movie that dared reference its misogynistic.
We don't have the ability to make funny movies anymore in Hollywood. It's all about death, and demons, and every other kind of thing.
Top Gun Maverick does not denounce toxic masculinity.
Yeah, that's why everyone loved it, bitch.
Top Gun Maverick should have done something to fit our times.
Oh no, a popular movie that doesn't genuflect to our cultural colonization agenda. The absolute horror. Disney's new Buzz, on the other hand. Well, flop doesn't even begin to cover it. Fearing it was going to be another browbeater lecturing the audience about the message, the audience stayed away in their droves. In its second weekend, it couldn't even be in.
Buzz Lightyear's going homosexual.
Lightyear being released weeks after Top Gun, the Tom Cruise hit still nearly doubled Lightyear in sales the weekend just gone.
Elvis. Come on, man. This is how low the fucking creativity is coming out of Elvis. Jurassic World. Oh, I can't. I hope what's her name ain't listening to me. She'll be very angry at me. The Black Phone. Lightyear. Doctor Strange and the Multi-Man of Man. Hey, why don't we just watch Doctor Strangelove? You got to go back for quality, I think.
Gone. Total ticket sales for Top Gun over $1 billion. Total ticket sales for Lightyear 152 million. It hasn't even covered its budget yet. pathetic. Lightyear scraped a woeful 5.3 on IMDb compared to Top Gun Maverick's 8.6. Beyond the cliche, this is actually a solid real-world example of get woke, go broke. And it seems Disney was being punished not just for the content of the movie, but also for their far-left political activism over the Florida Don't Say Gay issue. Yeah, it turns out that siding against parents in their bid to protect kids from predatory gender identity and sexual indoctrination isn't very popular with parents who might otherwise take their kids to see your movie. Wow, who knew? Picking Team Groomer wasn't quite the win you expected it to be. Who knew that offering to pay for travel expenses that fund abortions of kids would piss off parents who have kids? Disney's stock price has plummeted from $200 down to $90. They're now totally dependent on income from their theme parks, which are already being depleted of visitors thanks to the pandemic. And it's just a hunch, but Disney's upcoming offering Baymax, in which some amorphous gender non-binary blob takes female sanitary product advice from a biological male wearing a transgender flag. Probably isn't going to do them any favors either.
You gotta be kidding me.
Which of these products would you recommend?
Oh, well, these are the tampons I usually use.
Thank you.
I prefer pads. They're more comfortable for me.
This is a kid's.
If you want a vision of the future,
You take care.
trans Michelin man re-educating your toddler on how dudes can
Motherfucker, man.
forever.
That's worse than
Netflix is also hemorrhaging
Gumby.
viewers at an unprecedented rate. The network that proudly proclaimed this back in one of its 2019 flagship shows,
Straight white men are canceled.
turns out the only thing being cancelled now is Netflix accounts. 200,000 subscribers lost in the first quarter of the year, with an expectation that a further 2 million will be jettisoned by next month. How's that diversity casting working out for you? Their stock price plunged from almost $700 a share to $190 a share in less than 6 months. Quite the fall from grace since 2020's Cuties non-Splix debacle. One of the primary
Oh,
factors
that
in
cutie.
alarming decline was
Yeah,
Cuties
we seen
non-Splix
that. When was that? What was that? Over a year ago, I think. Remember that bullshit? Anybody here?
Since 2020's Cuties
You remember this? And you got these children all dressed up and all this shit. Unbelievable. Reference call bastards. Oh, your school debt. You don't remember that? We covered it extensively. That was pretty fucked up. Jerry Epstein has to have a hand in this.
Netflix debacle, one of the primary factors for the alarming decline. Well, as Elon Musk put it, Netflix's embrace of the woke mind virus, which is making it unwatchable, prompting the company to circulate an internal memo vowing to produce more content for people with differing political views, and a message for anyone who didn't like it that they should quit, with hundreds being fired in the last few weeks alone. Netflix fired an entire team of writers.
Yeah, it was cool. That's how I knew Cole was bullshit.
Most watched Netflix show ever, Squid Game. No woke brainwashing in there. The last series of Dear White People, meanwhile.
If I said I only dated white guys, that'd be racist, right?
Well, that was pulling in IMDb scores in the low 4s. Yeah, you'd think they'd have learned that.
I ain't seen one white guy in a commercial in a long time. It's usually a white chick and a black guy.
Says they won't cave to the mob. The CEO of the company has rejected trigger
Nothing to
warnings
see here,
and efforts
boys
to
and
sanitize
girls.
older films to satiate demented left-wing censors. Quote, I don't believe in censoring art, said Bob Backish, adding, if you don't like it, don't watch it.
I agree with them,
Appears to have
100%.
They really do seem to have overplayed their hand. Tinseltown has gone tits up by trying to make everything political, denying people the ability to at least escape cringe world for a brief period of time by starving people of uplifting archetypal allegories based on universal human ideals, by caging everything within the partisan hectoring sanctimonious prison of political correctness. But it seems that in greater numbers than ever, the public, having previously put up with it for the sake of being able to see the latest movie, has had enough. Whisper it quietly, but the edifice of woke brainwashing, at least in the entertainment industry, could be starting to crumble. We're also seeing massive pushback in sports, with transgender bans in both swimming and rugby. And if that goes, maybe the next domino to fall will be the education system. The long march through the institutions may have met a roadblock in the form of a watershed, market-driven revolt.
Someone's gonna come back from this.
Okie dokie, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you guys should sub to me pretty good.
And also signing up for my free newsletter at summit.news/newsletter.
Oh, I gotta go back. Yeah. I'm glad he brought that up. I forgot all about that program, Cutie. About that program. Have a good day, you too. I'll put Joseph Watson in here. If they'll let me. Go get a sub to this guy. Lunchtime. I already had my half a sandwich. A cup full of chips. Should drink more water, though. More water intake today. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you for your great comments, great videos we shared. Have a good day. Stay as well as you possibly can be. And we'll see you down the line. You're welcome. Just hang in there, man. I'll leave this one up. I'll edit it.